Hello, Keepers, and welcome to the Players Keep Campaign 1 wrap-up, mediated by our wonderful Silver Dragon, George Bury. Hopefully, after watching this, at least some of your burning questions will have been answered, and that will bring you some semblance of peace. What we at the Keep did want to do before we jump in is just give you a heads up with regards to the topics that will be discussed in the following show. We at the Keep have always said we do not want to shy away from tough or dark storylines, but we will always endeavour to protect you, our keepers, in any way we can. So firstly, check below in the description for all the trigger warnings because there may be some that you need to consider. Secondly, we would also like to say that the following programming will show you us as actors and writers revealing motivations, backstories, actions, thoughts, and feelings of many of the characters that have featured in Campaign 1. Hopefully, these motivations will have built compelling characters that you can either love or truly detest. But no matter what reasoning we may give for certain characters' actions in this talk, we do not condone those actions in any way. Certain characters, for example, Dalagar, Zenva, Queen Devaliant, the Golden Guardian, to name but a few. These were all intended to be villains, and thus, though we may explain their motivations to give context to their actions, that does not mean that we align ourselves with their actions. We actively condemn them. We will also be putting some links into our Discord server for support lines that we believe could be of assistance to anyone that may be affected by the topics discussed. Thank you so much, Keepers. Peace and love, and enjoy the Players Keep Campaign 1 wrap-up.
Come now, friend, gather round, let the tale commence. Band together till the dawn breaks. Till the dawn breaks. Hear the call, the power, the rise and fall. Under twilight will inspire all your stories. You share the tale of victory and glories. Ooh, where do we run? Ooh, now the battle's begun. Ooh, when you're lost in the rain, light that fire and hold until the dawn breaks. Where do we go to take a chance on fate? The players keep go on a roll. Roll those dice for any path away. That's the players keep. The players keep go on a roll. Roll, man, though we take on stride. At the players keep.
Have you recovered? How are you feeling? Are you okay? I think I am. It's time. From Dolomus to Moonwater for the Players Keep Campaign 1 wrap-up. I am your host, George Bury.
Go on, George.
And if I'm sat here, that must mean right to my left I have Jack Fletcher, Derry Gray,
Hiya.
and Pete Austin. And left on my right, I have Ben Fenner and Kendall Boardman.
Hey.
Okay, wow. How are we all feeling? Make a noise after 3 to how you feel about the end of the campaign. 1, 2, 3. Chaos, absolute chaos. I'm actually going to start a bit closer to the end and then we'll cover everything in between. But first, when we got to Trippy Diggies...
We're in already.
Episode 100, live at the empty space up until the end of the campaign. Let's go back to episode 100. How was it the second time round doing a live show compared to the first time round? What was different? What felt familiar? Let's start with you, Ben.
I feel like we learnt from the mistakes of the first live show and greatly improved the preparation pre-time.
Yes, indeed.
So actually, this time my trousers were on.
Yay!
Not whilst you were introducing Jack, which is great.
Very good.
I always do the setup without my trousers on, you see. So.
And you know what? We started with
And the Q&A.
a pre-show Q&A. We're going to have more fan questions at the end of this particular chat coming for you all. But the fan questions Q&A, how was that? We saw tattoos and everything.
Yes! That was wild.
Yeah?
It was so good. I loved being able to engage with people, like, actually kind of face-to-face, because couldn't really see anything, because the lights were very bright. But yeah, it was awesome. I loved it.
They were good
And they had,
questions.
they had such good questions.
It was good questions.
Yeah.
How did it feel seeing your character tattooed?
Yeah, it was mental. I think... yeah, like, in the run-up, like, seeing it on... Well, I don't have Discord, but seeing it on the screenshots that these guys sent to me on the Discord, I was like, that's mind-blowing. And I don't think I properly took it in until I saw it. And I did get a little bit emotional. I was like, geez, Ben was there. Ben was laughing at me. Yeah, it was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. And we had merch this time. That was a huge difference as well.
Oh, man.
We had a whole merch day where we all went absolutely crazy.
Literally, what was it? Was it the day before?
Literally the day
The day before. We were there for, I don't even know, 10 hours, like
10,
Yeah.
12 hours.
cutting up
Oh,
posters and pick me and
Who was
Jack
who was on the guillotine the whole
Me and
time?
Jack
Jack
struggles with a
on
guillotine.
the
For 10
guillotine.
hours, Jack.
10 hours. Oh, we went insane. It was,
Wow.
I hope it was worth it.
That was like a really
It was
tough
worth it.
day, guys.
Oh, Derry,
Yeah, Derry, you
didn't.
weren't there.
Derry didn't tell us until the day of that he wasn't going to be there.
I told you weeks before.
No,
Yes, I did.
you lied.
I did.
No, you
I
didn't.
did.
And obviously we had the re-rolls again.
Yeah.
For the live show too. But not all of them were used positively this
No.
time. I mean...
Yeah, and who did
was it Louis that used one against you?
Yeah.
I felt so bad about that because I jokingly was like,
me.
does anyone want to use a reroll for me? And then someone shouted and I was like, haha, no. And then realized they were being serious because it was your mate. And I was
Yeah.
like, please don't do that.
But it was great.
oh, yeah.
The first live show we put them in, we were like, will they help? Will they hinder? We didn't know. And then they were all really nice. And then the second live show, they were all really nice, apart from
From what?
Lou.
He basically silvery barbs you.
He did,
Because
yeah.
that was a
so
nat
was it
20.
nat
That was a
20?
nat
Nat
20. That would
20,
have like done so much damage. It was
It's great.
crazy.
You deserve it, Jack. You deserve a bit of support sometimes.
But if we ever do live shows
I
again,
wouldn't give me that power.
we won't know about these rerolls. They might be bad. Maybe Lou's burst the floodgates and people are going to be evil.
Yeah, that is true. Now that people have seen.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be cool if we had to revivify a live show and then they reversed the reroll and the revivify?
Re-roll.
That would
I'm
be
so glad.
so good.
I'm not a cleric anymore.
That would be my dream for that to happen.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's so mean, especially if it's me.
Yeah.
I've not got to that level yet. I've counterspelled a healing spell. Unsuccessfully. I've tried to
Unsuccessfully.
counter spell a healing spell. It's not succeeded. So if someone re-rolled a revivify, that would be
Rude.
twisted.
Fucking rude.
Last thing to say on Lou McMurtry, you were there for the very first episode streaming, so you will always be forgiven.
Nice.
That nice.
You little fucker. No, I'm joking.
Get
Also,
wrecked.
Get
the
him.
cosplay at the live show.
Oh, the cosplays were amazing.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
good.
Agreed.
It's wild.
Fabulous.
It's wild.
Oh,
I couldn't believe there was someone dressed as you, and
Pax,
they fucking
that was-
nailed it as well.
That was great.
That was on another level. That was just... That was ridiculous.
So-
Because everyone was yelling, because the first time I saw it, everyone was like, it was when Paxton used their reroll, and everyone was like, it's Jack. And I was like, yeah, I know, I've been here the whole time.
It is me.
And then they came down into the lights, and I was like,
I think the crazy thing about it is like, I obviously they've been in, all of you guys have been in the chat, and I think part of my brain, the way I kind of rationalize it is I'm like, oh, that, we've hired them to do this.
Yeah.
And I think meeting people and just getting to see how invested you all are in the characters, because it's a real rarity to be playing D&D and meet people who are just as invested in the character as you are, was just absolutely wild and humbling and incredible. And it's just, I know heading into the final arc of the campaign, it kind of gave us a really wonderful bit of validation to just be like, we're not just doing this for our love of them, other people really want to see these stories pan out as well. And that was like a really, it still boggles my mind that people do actually care.
Yeah.
Almost
these-
everyone cared.
Yeah, almost.
And do you know why I say almost? Because one guy found out that someone else was going. I think it was Siggy, Icelandic Siggy. He was coming along, and somebody's in a Facebook group with him about beards. Who happened to live in Manchester, and was like, "Oh, you're in Manchester. What are you doing tonight? I'll come along too." So, thank you, the real Siggy's beard. I was chatting to this guy after. He was like, "I have no idea what this is."
We
That's sick.
speaking of
Did not know that until
Yeah, I
right now.
didn't know that
That's
either.
incredible.
No, I didn't know that.
speaking
Pick up
of
the beards.
speaking of actual Siggy, as I like to call him, we are now actually Drenger in real life, because at the live show we did the blood soul body prayers.
Did
So
the
I like-
ancestors appear?
No,
didn't
sadly,
work?
I
Do we
think
all need to get
they
this
were
tattoo?
busy.
He was faking
Yeah,
it.
you all
Maybe
need
he
you all
didn't
need to
mean
get
it.
this.
He didn't
What we
mean
need to
it.
do is next time we'll wear a bunch of coloured gloves, and when you do it, we'll be like,
But maybe Pete's right. Maybe he didn't mean it.
That's not true. I don't believe that for a
I don't
second.
believe that for a second.
I'm so glad that you all got to experience that, because I'm speaking on behalf of us fans here. We're obsessed. It's been a joy to watch this campaign. But you guys in here often just don't ever know the impact you're having. Sure, you see it on Twitch and you see it on Discord, but to see it in person, I think is really special. So I'm glad you got that for you as well. It was amazing to be there. More from the fans later, but we've got to talk a bit more about the detail of that actual story that happened on that night, and then what happened afterwards as we went from the Everfrost Expanse. And Jack, let's talk a bit about the preparation for that particular battle, starting with the werewolves
Yeah.
in the live show.
What do you want to know?
It was quite scary.
Good. I'm
You
glad. I think I said this at the very beginning of this campaign, but when I first introduced something that was kind of like horror based, I was really nervous because we are very visual creatures. We go and watch a horror film. It's so easy to be scared. So when I'm only using like a bit of description and some voices, I was like, it's just going to be scary. And everyone's reactions just at the table was ridiculous. So whenever I can elicit any emotion, but particularly if I can scare someone, that's a big thing for me. So the fact that the werewolves are scary was great.
I'm intrigued to know if anyone else had a suspicion that Halvar was a werewolf.
Yeah,
I thought that's
he
maybe where it was going.
Yeah.
That was a nice little red herring thrown in there.
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know what you were going to do there. Did you think that, Pete?
Well, I stopped attacking people. I was like, one of them, that, because I think I said the first one we saw was on the chest.
Yeah.
And metagaming, unfortunately.
awful.
I know, what
Boo.
a
It's the worst D&D player.
nasty man. We knew, I can't remember if Willow had told Cricket, but we knew that, we as the audience knew that Halvar had been branded on the neck.
Yep.
I think I
Yeah,
wasn't
you did.
metagaming.
No, you weren't. 99.5.
So I was looking for the neck. I think I used a whole turn for perception
Yeah.
text because I was like, I don't want to hit the wrong person and kill them off. Yeah, I was absolutely sold down the river.
And then we got to meet Halvar very shortly
Oh,
afterwards. But
yeah.
you dealt with that battle very well. The Dawntakers showing their might together. I mean, were you slightly like taken aback by the strength of these four, particularly in that battle, and what happened in the next episode with Oshos?
We'll talk about Oshos in a fucking second.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I think I predicted that they were going to use a lot more of their resources. I can say this now. Of
course you can.
You've seen the mini. So I had the mini that Willow turned into the dragon. That was originally going to be for Willow's summon draconic spirit, and the fact that you didn't use resources like that and then came out of that fight relatively unscathed. I was like, yeah, these guys are
Fully unscathed.
these guys are tough. These guys really can be thrown into the deep end.
Yep.
And I think after every fight, I see that and I go, right, okay, let's see how far I can push them. And I definitely think I've got more room to push them.
I think, to be honest, as well, I don't know about you guys, but we didn't throughout the course of this campaign didn't really fight a lot of humanoids or like people, basically. So I think Oshos was one of the first times, correct me if I'm wrong, that we came up against a humanoid. And as it turns out, the Dawn Takers are perfectly balanced for taking on humanoids.
Yep.
With like Siggy's grapple and then confusion and then just all of it stacked on one person.
Dang.
Yeah.
It's just
As soon as these guys stack up against one target, that's really bad news for me, because that giant was meant to be there to like really mix things up, and oh baby, you dealt with him so well so quickly. But that is brilliant, like, because we don't see that very often, and that is so important. We need to see how powerful the Dawn Takers are, because they are the heroes of this story. We saw it when Willow dealt with the troll on the way to Thrin. You basically clicked your fingers and sidestepped that entire encounter, and that's amazing. You see it in the assault on Ulcera when they go up against the Iron Guard that have been such a foreboding presence since episode 1, and now they're walking all over them. They're walking past them. They're not even bothering. That's, in my mind, that's essential. That's essential for the story, but that's also essential for these guys to have that power trip of, fuck, no, we've come such a long way. Our characters are so much stronger now. They can survive so much more.
Yeah. I've got a question for the players then. It's a bit of an overall question, this, but have you got a particular level where you played your character, where you enjoyed playing them the most?
Oh, that's a
Because obviously
great
you've got
question.
the strength as you level up, but is there particularly a time when you prefer playing them than any other?
I think around the late single digis
Okay.
is my favorite
So quite early on.
area. Yeah, when you're like at 5th level spells for a spellcaster, kind of that area where you have some big stuff, but you don't have an abundance of it. So there's still an element of like, I do like my 5th level spell, I have one of them. So I need to choose when to use that Hail Mary or not, or like I kind of like that sweet spot when you're a spellcaster. And I think that period of time was quite fun for Willow, because I felt like it's where she kind of started to become this bit of a force. And then when you get to high levels, it's still fun, but it's just kind of ridiculous, the stuff that you can do if it works.
Can you remember what that level 5 spell would have been going back?
I think it was some Summon Draconic Spirits, level 5. Wrath of Nature, which is the one we used for the slugs, when the trees all came alive and grappled the slug.
Oh yeah.
It was when we were on our way, near the walls in the forest.
I never said it.
The wall.
Yeah, and then like you get scrying and stuff like that, some slightly more powerful healing things.
Yeah.
Things
Plus
do
like
start
the
to get a
druid
bit
features
crunchy.
as well.
Oh, yeah.
Greater restoration.
Yeah.
What about for you, Kendall? Like, is there an optimum level for Tony?
I don't
as a
know.
player?
I think I enjoyed playing at high levels, but that's just because I've not done that before. Like,
Okay.
I think this is the highest I've ever played, especially definitely as a spellcaster.
Oh,
anyway.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I never
So
knew that. That's awesome.
I've never played that high level, and also I've said it on like Keeping Watch and in roll credits before, but I never ever look at what I get at high levels. I'm just like surprised when it happens. Like I don't like look. I like, and obviously then we make it story driven and stuff, which is cool. But
That's cute.
yeah, so I enjoyed playing the high levels because I've just not done that before, so it was fun.
Good answer.
Yeah.
What about these two, Swamp and Snow?
Go on, Pete.
All right, mate.
All right.
Okay, I'm really interested going into a second campaign to play low levels again, because I think I was still really new at D&D when I was playing the low levels this time, and so I maybe didn't understand the depth of roleplay you can get into, or the choice of mechanics being able to lead story as opposed to being like an instant fix. Like, this is what your character can do. Does your character know how to do it yet? Is this the first time they're doing it? Do they need to get better? And all that. So I'm really interested to take what I've learned over the campaign, put it into the next one. For roleplay wise, I think for mechanics wise, reliable talent's pretty fucking sweet. Reliable talent! I think the kind of end of that Thrin arc going into the Alcira arc, just when I first got that reliable talent, and I was reliable talent. It was great, and I loved it so much. I think I burned it out. So when I got to the dragon and the belly, I was like, I don't think I should have reliable talent on some of these rolls.
And I categorically been like, no, you're a rogue. This is what reliable talent is for. However, it's one of my favorite choices that anyone's ever made at my table. Was going, I'm so fucked up. I physically don't think my reliable talent will work here. So you flipping that coin every single time, I loved. I was like, that's such a great choice. Yeah.
Thanks.
No, dude, absolutely.
You're welcome for the coin as well.
What about you, multi-class?
I was gonna say
That
it's
is
tricky.
interesting.
It's tricky for me because I was a multi-class,
Yeah.
so I didn't actually get to any particularly high levels with either of my
Where were you at the
classes.
end?
9-9. So
Right, nice.
9-9.
9-9 square balance. I had originally planned to only get to level 3 bard and then go full whack barbarian.
Because I was surprised. That's what you originally told me. So I was surprised when you started taking more bard.
Well, but that's the thing. So what I do with my character generally, if I'm going to multi-class, is I'll let the story inform the multi-class, and it just kind of so happened that the story that we told, he just kept flipping between bard and barbarian, and I was like, oh, okay, all right, I like this.
I remember having that conversation. It was
Yeah.
you were kind of like, oh, I was only going to do this, but I feel like he's become more bard, and we were like, then just do it.
Then just do it. Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
a detriment to the mechanics, fine, but
Yeah,
the story
yeah.
will always win.
I've never really been one for mechanics. I'm not one to kind of min-max my character. And to be honest, the only reason I made him a barbarian was because I wanted to get expertise in bard and then put all of that onto strength as I leveled up. So I think when I got to the level where you get to add double your proficiency to certain stuff, I think that's where I was like, oh yeah, this is fun, because obviously this whole thing was locking down creatures and grappling and such. Or when you gave me the wraps, actually, when I found the wraps, that was cool. Not level up stuff, but it was cool.
I wonder where we would be at now with a level 15 barbarian, level 3 bard. How might the story be different?
I think
15 barbarian.
yeah, and level
The whole
3
country
bard.
would be grappled.
Yeah, he just grapples the entire continent.
My monsters would need a lot more hit points.
Yeah,
it,
for
it
sure.
wouldn't be a guitar, would it?
No, it wouldn't be
I
a
think it
guitar.
made so much more sense for him to be like a bit of both.
An
in the
even
end.
split.
Like the bard, I think his bardness became so important to the whole story
Yeah.
that I don't think it would have made sense. Like, or the story definitely wouldn't have been the same if he wasn't.
Yeah, for sure. I think that in my head, the bard part of Siggy has always been, well, at the beginning it was his performance aspect, but now it then developed into his leadership aspect, his like taking on the responsibility of, I actually have to engage with people and get them to follow me now. So
Well,
the
speaking-
more
Nice,
we-
Because the bard is who he is, but the barbarian is who he wants to be.
yeah,
But I really
that's
like
nice.
the fact that, like, even against your better judgment, that's not the right phrase, your better judgment, even against, like, what you thought
Your
it would be,
expectation.
that, like, Siggy is he is, if you were just full bard, I think Siggy would feel the same.
I think so. Yeah,
But
yeah.
the barbarian is the choice of he wanted to not only just be that,
Yeah,
he
he
also
wanted
wants
to
to be able
also
to
be
defend
a-
himself.
an ass-kicking hero as well.
It's
yeah.
tricky to rock and rhyme.
It is tricky to rock and rhyme. I like that. Why didn't you say that at the start of the campaign?
Because I only
Ben?
thought of it when you went, it's tricky.
Well, speaking of leadership aspects, not aspects, leadership, we'll go
so
into
sorry.
Alcira, where you all had to be the leaders of your own team, with Tizzy, Zoe, Kaelin, Matilda, Patrick, Ishmael, Filkin, Mookin, and Malachite. I'm remembering all of these. And Illyrio, Zach, and Kenrick.
Rip.
Oh, I love them all. And I want to start with you, Jack, on this. Like, when did you come up with this? I don't think any of us expected this to be the route to take. The rule 1 in D&D, right, is keep them together.
Yeah.
But you split the party and...
Obviously, not everything is written down in stone, but the concept of that was pre-campaign.
So where's that come from, that concept?
I've played in multiple campaigns. People have done different things, and there was a campaign I played in where someone really loved like Monster Hunter, and there's like a whole like siege weapon mission in that game, and they did it in D&D, and I was like, oh, that's amazing, that's so imaginative, and we all had like this thing coming at us and different positions, and I was like, how would you do a full-on city siege in a D&D campaign? And that was the genesis of that idea, and then I built out from it, and I was like, well, if we're in Belladrin, then we're going to Alcira, and we've got the king and the Golden Guardian, the queen, so, you know, how does that affect things? And so I was like, well, yeah, wouldn't it be awesome if they all had to do like a different job around the city, not just on one section of the ramparts? Let's throw them out into the city, completely separate from each other, having the things happening at almost exactly the same time. How does that affect them? What will they do there? And yeah, I really like twisting it a little bit and putting a different spin on things and trying to hoodwink people, and just because then hopefully I give them something new and exciting. Yeah, so
Well, you certainly did.
thank you very much.
Is this something any of you had played before? Anything like this kind of concept? So it was all new for you?
Yeah,
And
no,
you got to come up with these
completely.
new characters.
Which
Yeah.
were incredible.
They were incredible.
That was a lot of fun as well, to be fair. I think because it was, I played some classes I'd never played before, and it was fun to almost like playtest characters. Like, oh, okay, let's you know, who's this person? Where does that voice sit? You know, so like as a performer, it was a lot of fun to be able to just come up with like 3 different characters on the fly.
Yeah.
And I tried to make mine as different as I possibly could.
And you spoke a bit, Ben, about the feeling of, because you were first, Willow's mission was first, this idea of you role-playing with these 3, but then not playing the characters you've got used to for 100 episodes. And so, can we just talk a little bit more about that experience of just like, was that quite unsettling as a player, or was it exciting?
No, it's exciting because I think it's hard to at this, well, we're finished now, at that stage of the campaign, because most of the people that we'd met and the people that we were socializing with had been in the campaign for a while. Like, it wasn't that, but also you also share those interactions. So like with meeting like Oshos and stuff, that's shared between all of the characters. It's not just like a Willow-centric thing. Whereas this was obviously about Willow interacting solely with 3 new characters on her own without the other Dawn Takers to chime in. And I think that was just really fun because these guys did do a really good job of responding to her Willow-isms in a different way to the way that Tony, Siggy and Cricket would. Like, you know, Tony doesn't really give much away, but Tizzy would giggle at everything that she was saying. Siggy would be ready to jump in and barter with her, but Illyria was just looking off in the fairies, and Cricket always looks at Willow with admiration. Philkin just had most of the time a deadpan face, and that's just quite fun to put Ben in with the same support system, but then them not give you the same support was like a really fun challenge.
It's almost like an acting exercise.
Yeah. I suppose as well, like, it's quite a difficult task of creating a character that's interesting, but also you don't want to take away the limelight from the character who is the leader of that group, who we ultimately will be following after this episode. So was that quite a difficult thing to navigate as players, as also people at the table trying to support each other?
Yeah, I think it was. I found it a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
Well, then again, if it had been dark, I think Zach and Zoe might have come close to outshining Cricket, but because we did it in the daylight.
Never.
You ain't got reliable talent.
Because I was playing a Gloomstalker Ranger, it didn't really fit almost.
Okay.
You know, he wasn't at his peak sort of thing. Not that he would ever outshine Cricket. I take that back.
what was her name, Matilda. She outshone all three of them. It was her mission. She smashed it.
Absolutely.
Cricket
Yeah.
was just like, shaking with anticipation. And yeah, it was Matilda. Absolutely, I don't think we would have coped without Matilda.
No, we needed that bard.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there was like it was like creeping up, and then we got there and we were like, okay, sweet, you do it now. You can sort
But I
it.
think we all made a real effort to be like, right, what would you need in this situation? Like, what would Tony need? What would Siggy need? What would they need? What do they not have? How can we support you? So we did take that into consideration when making the characters.
That's true.
But I think I went about it was more just like, cool, how can this character, like, even if say we're like as like a character progression is in steps, like big moments between main characters would be like 5 or 6 steps when you have like those big important conversations. But it's like, if this little NPC that I bring in, how can it just nudge them a step forward in their own thing, is what I was trying to focus in on, and then let the class kind of decide from there. But like, having someone in Siggy's team that doesn't ever remember his name was the concept that I had. Was like, it would be really funny if the most egotistical part of Siggy is that he's like, oh, you probably heard of me. This guy just keeps getting his name wrong. And then I was like, oh, old guy, but I'll be a wizard to like help everyone. And then with Tony, it was like, oh, I'm going to make her have a positive interaction with a follower of a Moonwatcher, was what I said to you. It was just like, she's going to bring a Moonwatcher in to make Kendall clench her bum, but it's actually going to be a really nice interaction, and he's just going to be on her side and stand up for her, just to see what that did to Tony in her process of this. We didn't know what was going on. And then with Cricket, it was just, Cricket's got the stealth. There's no need for my stealth, but maybe having someone who can tap dance around anything that fuck up could work. But it ended up just being quite a conversation heavy.
Yeah.
I didn't actually think I was going to do anything, to be honest. I thought I was just going to walk around with a clipboard. But,
And I think at the end of the day as well, the characters that each of us played were still very much not subservient, that's probably the wrong word, but secondary to the main character, if you like. And I always kind of made a conscious effort to be like, right, what do you need? What are my orders from you?
Oh yeah,
And
you achieved that for sure.
I think so.
And obviously with Sigismund, going from not being able to open the gates or the bars of the gate in Dominus to storming the gates in Alcira. It feels like a metaphor, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
So
if you insist, George.
I'm going to insist.
Yeah, I never did manage to bend those bars, did I?
Oh, we had the bars outside the castle. As
Yeah,
well.
I know.
But
I
you
know.
did.
Yeah, and I
We
could
got
have
the gate.
easily,
The gate was
got
the
the
important
gate.
part.
especially like Endgame, could have easily hit a 30, but no. Oh well.
And I'm interested in Cricket's journey in that episode as well, because it's not just about the mission, but what happened at the end of the episode as well. Firstly, am I right in thinking there was some kind of like paragliding moment or something?
Oh, that was so sick.
Oh, the wingsuit. The
Oh my
wingsuit.
god! I mean, that felt very Pete.
It was good fun. It was
Oh
good
my
fun.
god! I could see
I
it.
think when we were going through character art, I designed the new cloak in my head, and at first I was like, just all I want is the saber tooth that he kills on the way back to Alcira. I was like, I want that pelt. So it's got that kind of tiger, which is probably stretching the fantasy, because I don't know if saber tooths are striped like tigers. But
Honestly, seeing that art, I was like, I couldn't imagine anything better. It was beautiful.
no,
we need to see
but
the
I was like, aesthetics over
no,
reality, maybe. I don't know.
100%.
But it looked really cool. And then I was like, well, it needs. Yeah, I was like, why is this an upgrade? Why is this not just a new cloak? And so we came up with the kind of blackened straw, like old samurai cloaks or things like that. And then that fell into, it could do things with stealth, because it's just a pile of straw and reeds. And then I don't know where it came from, but I was like, this could be a wingsuit. And I spoke to Jack, and he was like, yeah, you can absolutely do that. Just pull the trigger whenever you're ready. And I was like, sound okay.
I loved it.
It was great fun.
So cool.
So visual.
And that was the one, just what you were saying about the rest of the the rest of the thing, when Jack was asking us what our missions were, he was like, or what would you like, or what kind of thing, or what do you want your character to be challenged by and stuff. That was the first thing I brought. I was like, I don't know what will happen with the mission. I'm really happy to back and forth and workshop something with you there. But cricket, it was like, this is cricket's last chance, really, to tick off that third box.
Yeah.
I think, as soon as you were like, we're doing this in Alcira, I was like,
Yeah.
get me to the library.
I can say this now, it would have been your second to last chance.
Oh.
Something in Moonwater?
Interesting.
A forgotten god is knowledge enough for
I
you to
knew
present.
it.
Oh, I
I
know.
knew it.
So, if you hadn't gone to the vaulted library
I
Yeah.
knew it.
at the end of the campaign, you would have then had the vision.
Oh, man.
Okay.
So, but at the time, it was you knew it as your last chance, and
said it.
I was so happy that was the way it played out
Yeah.
because
I think it was nice
everything
to
that you
have.
did in the vaulted library was fucking
That was-
awesome.
that felt like proper, like, strip everything back. Like, I feel like we were playing D&D tennis. Like,
Yeah.
it was just like
Yeah.
pop, 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 pop.
It
great
was
fun.
you're
Yeah.
so right, and yeah, it was awesome. But like to see the one guy who has no magic,
Yep.
no prior to the Dawn Takers, no contact with magic, and no understanding of magic, and that has been the story throughout, which has been beautiful.
It's been good fun.
To then go into the mecca, as it were, of arcanic knowledge and just think his way around those magical obstacles. I couldn't have written it better myself. Like I couldn't have made those decisions, and it just was tremendous. It was awesome.
I felt a real panic when he'd gone for the book in the box. Because
Yeah.
I was like, now I've gone for this.
Uh-huh.
I have to get it.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
as soon as I was, you know, when you got to the end and you're like, yeah, and the footprints just stop and then they pick up. I was like, I fucked it here. Cricket's going to have to turn around with his tail between his legs and go, yeah, I'll take the one on the shelf. But I was really gunning. I was like, just play face up, see what's in front of you and go
No,
for it.
but you did beautifully, and like I had
It
to
was so
set that
funny.
up for success. I have to set everything up for success. There's never anything that you will 100% fail, mostly.
Except for me.
But there's always the chance that you'll fail. So I had to be like, what does Pete know? What does Cricket know? What does Cricket have? And how much can I give him without showing him the correct answer? Because there was no correct answer. I had to give you several options and hint enough to each one how to get it.
Pete struggled so hard with accepting that.
Yeah.
You were like, but was it the right one though? But was it the right one? Was it the right one?
Yeah,
Can we know what the other options were?
Yeah, absolutely. That
Shit, that's what
was-
today's for.
No more secrets.
The information will be in Cricket's mission. So, okay.
I'm gonna have to
go.
choose what book's better
got a
or
good
what
seat
should
there.
I.
I know,
What,
I'm trying not to
How
look
to
at it too.
defeat Gallagher.
Yeah, I know.
What would you like to know about first?
We learn
Which one
about
did
the
it-
circular book.
That
didn't
was
we?
the magic, the book
Yeah,
of
the
magic.
Book of
right?
Arcania,
Yeah.
which would have turned
Yes.
into a tome of intellect.
I
Well,
would love to know about the little nondescript book, like was it
The
bound
scroll,
in
there was a
leather?
little
Tucked
scroll.
down.
There was a little
So there was a little scroll, and there was also a really nondescript book.
The book
Tell
is
us
what
both.
I'm on about.
Well, there was another funky magic one though.
There was
Yeah,
another
the yellow
funky
one.
Tell
magic
us
one.
those. Those three.
Jack, I think you're going to tell us all of them, so...
Go.
You know what? I'll go in. The small tome was a small collection of documents from the earliest days after the first cataclysm, which was when the gods basically
Broke everything.
broke everything, had a massive fight, and was like, see ya. Those documents denoted a group of people that became known as the Wild Striders. And the Wild Striders originally were like basically what the Dawn Takers are. They were a D&D group. They were people with exceptional abilities that were able to protect civilians in a time of great turmoil, and they basically caravanned people to different spots to set up like the first cities of the new age of history.
Cool.
So that was just like a couple of excerpts about the Wild Striders.
I don't know if anyone just did at home what I just did, but when you mentioned lore, I like scanned everyone's faces to see how poker faces breaking about campaign 2 characters. I was like, does Wild Striders mean anything to anyone? Does Wild Striders- Nope. Okay, we're good. Carry on.
We'll see what it is. Keep your eyes out. What's next? The single.
I'm a fossilized wild strider.
Hey, one of them could have been an
You like playing
apprenticeship.
old people, so...
Yeah, I love playing old people. Love it, mate.
The single sheet of parchment was in that tube. That was a little ballad about the death of the god Menisa, who was the god of truth, and with her death, secrets and lies were able to proliferate in the world. Boom! Would have been just a tiny little bit of information for you.
Someone went smack my...
Menisa was created by Dogon Vend after Drancarios, and thank you so much, and Blood Tuluk Tan, all children of Dogon Vend. But when Menisa was born, Drancarios became extremely jealous. She basically tricked Menisa into her lair and killed her.
Rude.
I know.
Savage.
Was that? Did she get replaced? Is there no god of truth?
No,
there?
there is no god of truth, because with absolute truth, secrets and lies cannot exist. So for there to be balance, truth had to die.
So there's knowledge, but there's not.
So there's knowledge, but there is no truth. Absolute truth in a cosmic deific sense would mean the death of... Sorry, we've got a dog in the studio.
she
No,
wants to come
you
in.
please continue.
Is she coming to investigate?
But yeah, so... Yeah, I've said about playing with like the absolutes of like quantum physics and like gods always being, and that was another way of me playing with like, so this god did exist at one point, but now she doesn't, but a god of lies did exist, so how does that work? Well, the god of truth had to die for the god of lies to still exist.
Yes,
otherwise she
yeah,
could
yeah.
not. So yeah, just again, trying to fuck around with things. We had the Book of Arcania, which would have been a tome of intellect. That was basically a holy book for the goddess of magic.
Holy book!
Holy book! We, of course, know about the Demonomicon of Igvilg. Then there was a book that was a few rolls of parchment, and these would be bits of information on the infamous Fallen. You would learn a little bit about some of the fallen gods. These scriptures locked away in the vaulted library, because as you have seen, when you go to a library and you start asking about the Fallen, people start looking at you with a very suspicious eye. This information is not well known, so you would just get like a bit of knowledge about some of the fallen gods.
Was Dalagar like mentioned in any of the?
No. Again, Dalagar being hidden away by one of the creator gods, one of the most powerful divine beings in any of the Pantheon tiers. Dara made sure that he was erased from mortal minds. He was, and
I did
that
try.
was his
I did
shame.
try.
You did try.
Jack,
like,
I was driving back from work and I was on the phone to Jack and he was like, what would be an ideal thing for this book? And I was like, oh shit, Cricket just knows he's after knowledge. He doesn't know he's after specific knowledge. And Jack was like, okay, just have a couple of things, give me a couple of options. And I was like, I don't know. He really doesn't know. And then I was like, super metagamey. If there's anything that could help us in Moonwater, Jack. Yep. And he was like, that will be tough. I'll tell you now. That will be tough. And I was like, okay,
when you were
we'll just
doing
go
it
there.
and you wanted the when you rolled for the to see if it was mentioned, I was like, I know there's not going to be anything.
No.
and we'll talk more about the moon gods and stuff like that. But like, he basically went to his clerics and was like, get
Delete
rid
all.
of the effigies.
Yeah.
I don't want to see my son anymore. It is. It's awful. It's awful. But we'll talk more about him later because this bit's about the books right now. But we'll get more to that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
why.
No, for sure.
I'm like, hey, at a certain point, we might be able to find some semblance of information about him that didn't quite get erased. But
Well, we
for the
will
purposes
know.
of this,
We will know. We're fine because
he's out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
out there
for all to see.
with Willow's.
Song.
Yeah. What was I trying to say? What's
know.
it called
Ballad?
when you
Poem?
bash someone in a song?
A diss track.
A diss track. There you go.
Willow's
There you
diss
go.
track, yeah.
Willow's over Siggy sort of like, say something really mean on that line.
Okay, how about see you next Tuesday?
Yes, that's great.
Brilliant.
Dalagar is us.
Say it, you
final
coward.
two, you would find one book about Atna, who. You wouldn't find a book about Atna. You would find a theorem about Atna, nexus points, and planar collapse theory.
Oh, that sounds highly intelligent.
And it was basically like an essay done by a long forgotten professor, and they've locked it away because, again, it's certain knowledge that they're like, maybe we don't give people access to that.
Yeah.
Atna is the god of balance.
Yeah.
He is the most neutral of all the gods. And
True neutral.
in the history, Atna came along and basically saw that they were creating things, and the planar alignment was getting further and further out of balance. And if it became too out of balance and tipped over, it would collapse. It would tumble into chaos, and that is what the Fallen basically want to do, or certainly a lot of the Fallen. So Atna basically came back and was like, I'm going to put my hands on the scales so nobody dies.
Cool.
And
Thanks, bro.
someone had theorized that nexus points and that sort of thing were where planes touch, and people could use those to overbalance the planes and cause complete planar collapse. And then the final book, you had the glowing book.
Yes.
That was called The Light in the Darkness, How Oralis Called Forth the Gods.
Yeah.
And that would have been a tome of leadership. So you would have got +2 to charisma.
Oh, hello.
Bro, what do you picked up for Siggy,
And
man?
your charisma max would go up, and that would be a holy book about Oralis.
That's cool.
And that's all the
That's
books.
Excellent.
Done.
Isn't it good to have all of the information?
Yeah, I
Thank
was
you.
gonna say.
wow.
But it was good for
Speaking
dramatics.
of Oralis, we have to go to mission
We
4
don't talk about that.
and the religious district, and it was described to Tony by the cleric, the high cleric. Oralis is loving, a protector, and you rawly described the rage that
Yep.
Tony experienced in that moment, and then the lights went out. Jumping ahead a little bit, we'll talk a bit more in the second half about the moon gods, like you say, and everything that happened along the way. But would Tony now, like, I'm thinking about that rage that you felt in that moment, being told that Oralis is loving and a protector.
Feel it now. Feel it now.
Was that all because of everything Tony knew about Dalagar? Was there any element of Tony and her own relationship with her family that was coming through there, which may have changed now since what happened in the final episode? Do you think that rage is it all about Dalagar, or is it a little bit more?
It was both.
balance?
It
Yeah.
was both. It was very much like she knew all the stuff that we discovered about him in the final eps, and she was pissed off for him, but then she was also pissed off for herself because she's also been treated like him. So it was like she saw herself in him, so she wanted to right all the wrongs. So it was both. Yeah.
And that feels so. Now we know that if maybe all along, Tony's mother, who we heard from, would have welcomed Tony back home. It's so tragic.
It's so sad.
And that was the first time you cast sending to your mum, is that right? Did you ever anticipate that happening earlier on in the campaign and what impact that would have had?
Oh, it would have jettisoned so many of my plans.
'Cause
And
if you
I
think
would have
about-
yeah, go on.
Tony's clearly impacted by this.
Yeah.
Would Dalagar have tried to intercept that in some way? Because,
Yeah.
oh,
Well, this was my question because I think we got into I can't remember what episode we got to. Maybe it was when I said that I was going to cast sending to my mum in the episode.
I remember.
But I remember asking Jack. I was like, Jack, has he ever stopped me from casting
Nope.
sending? And you were like, no, he trusts you. He'll let you do what you want to
Yep.
do with your power because he knows that he can trust you.
Yep.
So I was like, right, okay, so she just wouldn't. She wouldn't because she has in her head that everyone hates her there and she doesn't want anything to do with them, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't know, like, he would have done something, I don't know.
Do you think, yeah?
But there, he did do so. There's that cunning from him again. He's like, no, I won't stop you because I trust you not
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
So there's that. He's not doing anything, but he is very openly
Yeah.
negotiating Tony exactly where he wants her to be, whilst giving her the semblance of a choice.
Yeah.
You are absolutely 100% correct.
It's chaos. It's chaos. I trust you.
I'm
so nice.
not
I know
to
you
do
have
it. Questions. Am I allowed to talk about this now?
absolutely.
Every
It's so good to hear you.
Hey, honestly,
instead of being
yeah, it's really good to be on this side with you all. Every single thing that Dalagar ever said to you was not a lie.
Fuck. Just
Outwardly.
Economic.
However, every single thing he said can be considered a lie by omission. Everything he said to you was not a lie. He never told you a falsehood so you could trust him. He never objectively gave you the wrong information so that he would be your safe place.
Yeah.
He would be your he would be your safe place. However, he would always make sure that what you knew served him.
Yeah.
What you knew served his motivations.
So if he was a player,
Yes.
would he be rolling deception checks every time he
Yes.
said anything? Yeah.
But he's
Because
involved.
because
he's withholding.
every single time you're like, I'm not technically lying. I'm like, yes, but you are hiding things. So
Yeah.
that is a deception check, not a persuasion check.
If you go
So
back
it
to
would be.
106, is it 106 your episode?
Yeah.
When Jack says that, you'll see me smirk because we've always had lots of debates about
Yep.
and obviously Jack's been very cloak and dagger, so he's like, he's not lying, and I'm there like,
Yeah.
but Jack's just
Yeah.
not completed the sentence. But you see, Jack goes to Kendall. He's like, "Oh," she's like, "Deception," and you're like, "Oh, persuasion. It's all about perspective." We all laugh, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, "But you are withholding information." And I sit there like,
Yep.
"Yes, she is Jackery Dackery."
Absolutely right.
cracking.
I will say one more thing.
Oh,
as
no,
well,
let's go in.
Because I think this is the point to do it.
Yeah.
If you had accepted the gift from Dara then and there, you would have found out what Willow was asking about. Because Willow asked Dara, is her mind affected in any way? And I said, Dara's going to get to that. What do you want?
Oh my god, yeah.
And we've had discussions about whether that gift is accepted and when.
Yes.
Irrespective of whether the gift is accepted,
But it will be now.
Dara will give this to you at some point when he feels like it's appropriate to give this to you. Dara would take away from you the only obfuscation that Dalagar ever put in your mind.
Oh no, I'm scared.
The Cassie
And
shit.
you would remember,
If you're gonna tell me, I think you're gonna tell me, I'm gonna cry.
if you would remember that moment in the temple
I'm
after you kill Cassie, you do not ask Dalagar to wipe your memory. Dalagar suggests it as an option.
Oh, sneaky little bastard.
okay.
And that is the only time he has ever affected your memory without your consent.
So what did he say? He said like, oh,
Basically,
Ooh, we should
Tony,
forget about this.
was panicking, didn't know what to do, and he comes down and basically kneels next to you and goes, I can help you forget. And that is the only time.
Was Tony like pure game for it, or did he? Have
Oh
to
yeah,
convince her?
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Tony,
assume, yeah.
Tony will be like, okay, But the crux of that is the idea never came from Tony. It came from Dalagar, which was another little breadcrumb that you would only find out after his demise.
So regardless of whether Tony
Darrow
takes
will
the
not
gift,
allow that obfuscation to exist
he
in
will
Tony's mind, so that will happen regardless.
That's nice, Darrow.
That was not the gift. That was just a semblance after the gift.
Yeah.
The acceptance of the gift is just consent.
Would that have angered Tony?
No,
Your whole relationship's based on a lie.
No, because I think she said yes. Like she could have said no, and I think she would have trusted that he wouldn't have done it.
Yeah,
Why did he hide it?
and he wouldn't. Say again.
Why did he hide it?
He hides what he feels he needs to. He felt like
That could be a reason for her to walk.
It might come across.
he
bad.
didn't want to risk Tony perceiving that to be manipulation because
It's funny though, because I think if he'd have shown her that at the time, she would have just been like, thank you.
But that is where the all-powerful, all-knowing, can see into your soul and sense every emotion deity ends, and Jack begins, and so I have to go.
That's fair.
Hey, how do you feel about this?
I think
so
it's
I
also-
make judgment calls, and it's usually wrong.
No, if you think after Tony and Dalagar have been together for decades, if not cycles, if not decades.
Yeah.
What? A decade, I would say. Because you said she was like late teens.
6 cycles, 5 cycles, 6 cycles, 6 cycles probably now.
But so with 6 cycles looking back, if it was revealed, Tony might be like, well, that's fine because you probably did it for the right reason. But if at the time when he was like, run away with me, oh, by the way, I've lied to you and hid your memories.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's easier in retrospect, maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But bear in mind when he suggested that, she accepted, so he wiped all of that memory.
That big.
So
yeah.
he didn't need to lie about it because she had said,
That's true.
take it away. So he was like, oh, sweet, I'm game. You asked for the memory and he gave it you back with one tiny edit.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to. He didn't want to risk it.
Yeah,
He didn't wanna
I think
risk-
that reaning is what makes it disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely,
Do you know what I mean?
absolutely
It's like,
right.
Very
I don't want to give
manipulative.
you the choice to leave, so I'm just going to take away the
God of
bit that,
jealousy.
like,
Got a jealousy.
God of jealousy.
Very manipulative.
Crazy.
So I
What
think
was actually the original
I'm
question?
so
then?
sorry.
We were talking about
Yeah,
morality.
no.
That's fine.
I think like this whole campaign has often been like the distraction almost is why Willow? Like why is Willow being protected and why Willow? But I think that a question I want to have now is like why Tony? And if
Tony.
is there
Jack.
anyone else that Dalagar has ever like tried to manipulate in the past before and it's been unsuccessful? And if not, why Tony? And why now?
Thank you, George.
Well, Avery had basically the same shit, right?
Okay.
Tony's
Avery
just
is
one
100%,
long line of heralds.
Dalagar's been trying this
Okay.
for a long time, but in very,
was just the
very
best.
small and
Yeah, I
secretive
just got it
ways,
done.
because if he does anything big, he becomes not forgotten. He becomes seen, and that is where he draws his power. Go.
is Tony the only one he's been romantic with? Or does he get romantic with all of his heralds?
He doesn't get romantic with all of his heralds.
That he has done in the past?
I think it's possible that he could have done.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that if he has ever in the nearly 6,000 cycles since he was
That's a lot of
Cradle Snatcher.
imprisoned, it's been a while since he's been romantic with anyone, and as much as it wasn't love, for Dalagar it seemed like love.
Yeah.
I think it was the truest and closest Dalagar has ever come to love, which makes it even more tragic. But he has manipulated people in the past. Some people don't need to be manipulated. Some people come willingly, like Avery, who was a cleric of knowledge,
Evil man.
prayed to the gods of knowledge for so very long, and then heard a voice saying, "These gods will never answer you, but I can give you knowledge that even they don't know."
Oh shit.
And thus he became a cleric of Dalagar.
Cool.
He was instructed to find a child of the stars and bring her to Moonwater. Because it was her that would unlock his prison, essentially.
How often do you get a
Oh, it's rare.
child of the stars then?
It's
Yeah.
rare. A falling star alone is rare. For it to land in the locus of an elven city, rarer.
Yeah.
For in that elven city, someone is about to die and an elf is pregnant, rarer still. So like those exact, so he takes every opportunity he can. In the past 6,000 years, what, maybe 6? 3 of them could have been in the last millennia. 1 of them could have been at the start.
So is Willow like dripping with potential? Is she like full to the brim of this like sacred blood? Like, will she be hunted for the rest of her life because?
Well, this is what I was thinking. This
powerful
is the
things
key
will
to...
go. Oh, you're like a shot of whiskey in a sea of water.
She is powerful, we know this. Her astral blood gives her mechanically the abilities that an astral elf has. She, however, is so very important to the likes of Dalagar because he is the only astral celestial that is locked away. And thus...
He's not even fallen, is he? He's like in a weird...
He is a fallen. The fallen, you basically got... the divine beings that sort of created everything, had children, and the fallen are a sect of those children that were unhappy with the state of the pantheon and betrayed them. Any of the people that betrayed fell from the grace of the divine and they were sent to the realms below.
But he's like even more than that, right? Because
Yeah,
you've got the creators, you've got the fallen, and then he's in a little bottom cabinet of the fallen.
Oh, sorry. In that respect, yes, he is in the shadows and the cobwebs at the back of the drawer. Yes,
Of the
absolutely
fallen.
right.
Mad.
But that is why Willow was so important, was because she is so rare and she is the crux of that ritual. You had to sunder each one of the Moonwatcher's temples and then you had to spill the blood of the astral born upon the mirror of the heavens. That was the whole thing. But
And is she still that?
she
Or
is...
is that kind of benign
No.
now?
The
be
ritual can
sacrificed
happen again. The ritual can happen again. If a herald of Dalagar went around and did the exact same rites to sunder each of the 4 Moonwatchers' temples and then got Willow to Moonwater and killed her, Dalagar would be free. So that can still happen. The astral blood will always be in you. It's innate in you. You fell from the stars.
He's not stupid.
Campaign 4.
Since Dalagar is unseen, would it be possible for somebody to accidentally steal across information about him and start worshipping him, or has he come to every single one of his worshippers?
No, he's come to every single one of his worshippers.
Cool.
So with...
There's no surviving text. There's no surviving oration.
Information about him.
No, like it's nigh on been erased. Tony, I will let you tell the story of their relationship. I will let you know why Tony, and then I'll pass to you.
All right.
Because I've talked for way too long.
Wait, you want me to say the how their relationship started?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Oh, I was going to say, do you want to do that now, or do you want to know why Tony?
I want to know why Tony, but like.
So, as you know,
Yeah.
your mother and father had trouble conceiving.
Yeah.
Your mother prayed a lot for a child.
Erica.
And this gave Dalagar the perfect opportunity to get a child of a Moon Watcher would accelerate his plans like that. So he asked a favor of one of the gods. So Zenva implanted in your mother's blood shadow and darkness. And thus, Tony was born.
And that's why you're a tiefling.
And that's why you're a tiefling.
Oh!
That is
Zenva, the goddess of secrets.
Zenva, the goddess of secrets, having a little favor from the god of lost and forgotten knowledge, whose herald is going to bring darkness to the world, that's only beneficial for her.
Oh man, that's really bad. But has she called in that favor yet?
Yeah.
Did Erica know anything?
No. Erica,
My God.
Erica believes that is divine conception.
Holy shit.
But that just makes the
I mean, it
whole
was.
relationship even weirder that he negotiated your mother's pregnancy. He fucking.
Oh, God.
That's like the
me
imprint
a
from
wife.
Twilight stuff. That's like
Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to grow up.
I will say, Gallagher never planned to romanticize Tony. Gallagher never. That was something that he. Not that makes it right.
No, but
that was never in his plan. That was never in his plan.
Yeah.
And when you were on keeping watch.
He maneuvered your conception. Fuck.
But
when I said on keeping watch, it was when he came to Tony, injured. And Tony was so caring of him that was the moment that he changed his perspective on this mortal. He was like, why is this tiny little thing caring about me? I am beyond her understanding. Why is she worried about me? And that was what snapped. He never planned for that to happen. Not
Basically
that makes it
Jurassic
better.
Park.
But, and bear with me on this comment.
Oh no.
The gods are beyond our understanding and our morals, as we've seen. He doesn't view it as that either, because he is without time.
Yeah, so he
has
knows
existed
then and
forever,
knows now.
and he
Yeah.
exists long after Tony's death. Again, that doesn't make it right by our mortal understanding of the universe and us as human beings outside of this game. That is me just trying to screw with the perception and the existence of these creatures and make us as people question what is right and
I can't
wrong.
believe that he made a deal with Zenva and she, Erica, my girl.
Yep.
Oh,
And she had no idea. And still neither does Tony.
no.
Go on. You can now explain how
How?
They met.
they met.
Yeah, well, Tony obviously had a very shit time growing up. Very, very bad, not very fun. And she worked. My whole thing for Tony was that I really wanted her to, even though she was being looked on in a certain way, she was constantly trying to prove herself to everyone. Like she was such a hard worker, like so studious, so like, yeah, just trying to prove herself to everyone. And that was still going, like, ignored. The ceremony at the Horizon Mountains was like when she was like 20 years old. I think he appeared to her for the first time, maybe like within the year leading up to that. And I think, so she could always see his moon in the sky. That was a thing. Like she could always see
From
Uh,
it.
birth.
Yes. And
Like whenever you looked in, if I remember this correctly, whenever you looked in a reflection, you would see that dark spot that Willow sort
Yeah.
of flash off.
Yeah. And she always, I think she asked the people at the temple, like, what is that? And they were like, we don't know. Like,
Yeah.
we don't, what are you talking about? There's nothing there. Like,
Thought
shut
you
up.
were playing a game,
Yeah.
being a ridiculous little tiefling.
Yeah. But then I think he like appeared to her in some of her dreams. And then he finally appeared to her one day and was like, "Hey, these guys, they're not treating you how you should be treated. You deserve better than this." And he was like, "Because this is what happened to me." And he like told her a story. And then he stayed with her. He appeared like often in dreams and stuff. And then
Sort of sporadically, not as often as he did.
not as
towards the end of
often
the campaign,
towards the end,
but,
yeah. And then she was supposed to go for the ceremony, and they stopped her from going to get her powers. Her dad stopped her from going up to the mountaintop, which was awful. And at that point, she was like, "Fuck all of you! I'm gonna go get power somewhere else because someone else actually wants to give me power and I deserve it. So I'm going to do that. And then that's when she went and she smashed up the temple to Haverin, broke her connection with him. That was the first mission. Justice for Haverin. Absolutely not. And that's when she killed Cassie, I guess, as well.
And that was the first seal broken, as it
Yeah.
were, when your wrath ended Cassie's life. That was the first pillar to fall. You were right there in the temple. That's why he was like, "Hey Zenva, do me a favor. Give them what they want because we can both benefit from this massively."
Wild.
Did Zenva give any, the aspect?
Oh, yeah.
Did she give any indication that she recognized Tony, or is it because it was an aspect
Zenva
as
was the
opposed
one
to a
with-
god? Zenva was the first one.
Zenva was the first
The veil.
aspect. You didn't see any inkling that
That would've been
Zenva.
cool.
Yeah, no. Zenva would know exactly what's going on, but she's the god of secrets. She would have completely kept that
Have like a little,
to herself.
little nod. That would have
Imagine
been
if she'd had
cool.
me double take that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know what's weird? In a way, just like Willow, you have two mums and a dad. Except one of them is the goddess of secrets.
That's pretty cool, though.
That's really fucking cool.
Jack, is it possible Erica would be aware of this or suspicious?
No. To Erica, certainly at the point we end the campaign, Tony was the answer of Haverin, divine conception.
And yet they treated her so badly. That's what, not the parents, the other people at the temple. Do you know what I mean?
But they saw the tiefling, not the miracle, and that's
Yeah,
the
that
whole
was the whole
point of
thing.
it.
That was the
They
whole thing.
saw infernal blood,
Yeah.
and they thought, well, this isn't Haverin's work. He's not fallen. Something must be going on here. So there was always that suspicion.
Which unfortunately they were absolutely right about.
Yeah, they were.
This is not the work of Aaron. This is a literal fallen god.
But here's the thing: if they had acted
Oh, you're right.
on the
Yeah.
motives
And that's
of the,
the crux,
god
yeah.
and shown you mercy,
Yeah.
none of it would have
None of this
happened.
would have happened,
They
yeah.
were
Bad followers.
They were bad followers.
Yeah.
They were the creators of their own demise.
Yeah.
And they themselves nearly brought about
The end of the moon god.
darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
100%.
You need to go back to the Horizon Mountains and put that right, babes. I'm not being funny.
Yeah, well, she is. She's going.
We've touched upon the fact that whenever these characters have attempted to pray to Haverin,
yes,
we haven't heard Haverin because they believe they're trying to pray to Tony's god, who
Yes.
was not Haverin. Have we ever heard from Haverin at any point?
Nope. You have go on.
I thought when you did your little thing, I can't remember what it was, but just before Moonwater, and the voice replied to you, and it was like, you will be with the moons and something good. But whatever. Oh God, what was the? There was like a cool quote. You'll be like with the moons forever, but it was like a really like a cool, positive sounding thing, and I was like, oh my God, that's Haverin. I thought it was Haverin.
Oh, really?
I didn't think it was Dalagar, but because you did the voice a little different as well, so I was like, oh,
My sincere
but
apologies.
that's okay. I was like, oh my God, it's Haverin.
Shit. What does Haverin
Dalgar's
sound?
voice is the sexiest version of a voice to whoever's listening. So that's why he sounds different.
No, that's Vantha.
Well, that's bad.
What does Haverin actually sound like then?
I can't reveal everything.
Hey, Tony, it's me, Haverin.
Yeah, that's why he covers his face.
Is Haverin aware?
Oh boy!
Obviously, we've jumped ahead to Moonwater where we've seen the Celestials there.
Yeah.
And they're obviously, Dara is accepting his part to play in this. We never saw Haverin's reaction because we can't see his
No.
face. He's hidden. In terms of not like Dalagar, but because of the humility in these temples. Is he aware of this?
He is now, but
Everything
none
was
of the moon gods were. That's why Dalagar was so powerful. He is unseen. The gods of knowledge could not see him. The only semblance that you might have got would be if you went to the temple of Atna, who is also a god of knowing, but because he is the god of balance, he will not give you a favor to sway you either way. So if you'd gone to the Temple of Atna, you would have had 3 choices to gain different bits of knowledge. One would have been something about your party, something about your mission, and like a third option as well.
So why would Atna, god of knowledge, have an answer, but Blood Tuluktan, god of knowledge, not have an answer?
So Atna is in the same level of the pantheon as Dera. They are both in the major pantheon.
Yeah, okay.
Blood Tuluktan is in the minor,
Yeah.
so she's 2 levels down.
She's the god of knowing, not the god of knowledge, isn't she?
She's the mother of night and knowing,
Yeah.
but she is a god of knowledge. But again, Atna is so truly neutral that he is the only one that would be able to gain that knowledge and keep the planes in balance.
So did Denver wipe the memories of the other Moon Watchers then? Because were they not aware that a brother had fallen?
Again, because the gods have always existed and are timeless, it was that thing of mortals understand the history as Dalagar is created, then Dalagar falls, then Dalagar is erased. But in a space in which time does not exist, Dalagar was always there and thus always unseen, and thus he was never known about, even though he's had interactions with the Moon Watchers. And then, after Moonwater, he's now known again, so they do know about him. So it's, again, I'm just
Wibbly
playing with
wobbly.
a quantum physics way of looking at it, of like,
You know that gif of that woman who's like,
yeah,
and there's like,
yeah.
I do
Symbols
that
appearing
so
around
many
her head.
times
Yeah.
in these episodes.
To our understanding of how the universe works, none of it makes sense. But
No.
that's where I'm playing, is like, what if there are beings that their existences don't conform to any of our understanding?
I'm just picturing Atna as a pair of scales, you know, like Beauty and the Beast style. A pair of scales with a face. Be
Yeah.
kissed.
Wild.
Do you know what? We're going to speak more about this soon. We're going to speak more about how you all have held on to secrets and things that you've learned about yourselves and characters and each other along the way. I just want to ask one more thing before we have a little break. We've talked a lot there about Tony and like how this relationship came to be. In terms of Willow, how did we know roughly how Willow came to be? Is there anyone we can name directly responsible for that kind of miracle?
Interesting.
Not in the same. It's not like Oralis, like chooses a star and commands it to fall. Like Dalagar had such direct input because the Fallen are dissatisfied with the current state of affairs and they are actively trying to change things. The gods that are not Fallen are trying to keep them at bay and keep everything in balance. So when things happen, the Fallen will try and affect it, and then the other gods will go and we will try and keep the balance. So yeah, Dalagar was way more directly responsible. Willow was happenstance. It was chance. It was fate. Or was it destiny?
I love the idea
No.
of Oralis just like
With a
carrying a
chance of
tray
fame.
of tea and accidentally knocking a cup off the side, being like, oop, shit. That'd be fine.
Let's take
Mental.
a breath. We are
also
going to be
stupid.
back in a couple of minutes to discuss the rest of what happened in Alcira. We're going to talk about Cricket's vision. We're going to talk about Moonwater. We will get on to your predictions that were
I feel
made.
quite embarrassed.
We will get to your questions. We might even talk a bit about episode 1. We'll talk about Reggie.
Must we?
And we will maybe hint at what is to come in the future.
What?
Are you all okay?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Just about.
Join us in a couple of minutes. And welcome back to the Players Keep.
Oh, so
I'm
sorry.
not jacked. It wouldn't
I
work.
know, I know.
Go on, let's try it. And welcome
Forge.
back for more.
Oh.
And welcome back to George.
And
Yeah.
I had to go very.
back the forge of our friendship.
Oh, that's gay.
And it's time for more of the Players Keep Campaign 1 wrap-up.
It took me so long.
And we're going to talk about the Golden Guardian, the battle in Alcira.
Oh, yes.
Did any of you suspect that the Queen was a dragon?
No.
To the point
No.
when Kendall dressed up as the Queen, I was like, trust Kendall could pick the most useless NPC for
that we
I
haven't
gave her
even
such
met.
a hard time for it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't take it back.
I was just sitting
couldn't
behind
be
the screen
happier.
like, this is hilarious.
And yet, not for the first time, you took down a dragon.
Yeah.
Epic.
Wild.
Not on your own, but it was mainly down to you four. But there was some help from the person who Sigismund had dragged into the team to help out.
I did no such thing. That was everybody's idea.
No, it wasn't.
What?
I take zero credit.
It was literally your
It was-
idea.
It was
You sent
entirely
to
you.
them.
It was entirely you.
So, Reggie.
What about her?
Well, what, we're not, I mean,
Yeah, go on.
do you like? I mean, no, I mean, that's not the question.
Do you like her or what?
Do you like
Do you
like
think
her?
that Reggie did well in the battle?
Yeah, they did. They were definitely instrumental. I do think we probably could have handled it ourselves. It would have just been a lot harder.
I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
But hey,
Even if they did just stand there and hand out potions.
interesting that she did help, or they did help. Sorry. So
They
Jack,
are help.
they all help. Yeah. So Jack, you seem to enjoy playing Reggie.
I really did.
Now you. I mean,
They were such a shit stirrer.
but they seemed like they didn't need to help. It wasn't something that they had to do. It
No.
was still a choice.
No, absolutely.
We've
They
seen-
didn't need to do a lot of the stuff that they did, but they were contractually obligated, and they respect that enough to go through with it because what they were getting out of it was was very valuable to them.
And do you think that's it for Reggie and the Dawn Takers?
Probably not. Reggie's on the council now.
That's what you want to call it.
Sure.
And obviously, that's the council in Alcira. And the only character that we heard in the epilogue that will definitely return to Alcira.
We'll hope to go.
We'll
to
hope
Alcira. Well, let's see if he survives getting back
Okay.
through the Eternity Forest first.
All right. Well, once-
Just get loads of obsidian flakes and you'll be fine.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, that's all it takes. Yeah.
And
He's canny.
try not to speak to the trees anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, do we have much hope for the future of Alcira? I'm interested in that. Like, as a group of players, like, it's uncertain the future of the capital. What do you think, Ben?
It's hard with what you were saying earlier about like God's fantasy and then our. I think Ben would really struggle to live in a city or a kingdom where that much massacre had happened to make the change. Mm-hmm. But I am very anti-war anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know if there'd ever be a situation that could drive me to take someone's life and stop them from making a better choice later down the line. My opinion. So I don't know. I struggle to see what they'd have done as a victory, even though they have overcome something that was evil. It's hard for me to see what. But I hope that good can come from it.
Yeah. Does the ends justify the means?
Yeah. But then I take that part of my head off and I go, we're in a fantasy game where you use things that are. I think things are more trivial than they are in our real world. Mm-hmm. So, we just didn't really have much human death apart from poignant, like humanoid death. Mm. So it made it feel more. If we'd have, slain bandits a lot throughout the campaign, maybe it wouldn't have felt so shocking that much life was taken.
Yeah.
But it's hard. That the bomb is hard not to have a reaction of that. Oh yeah, this is a good thing because so much innocence was destroyed. Sorry for the deputy.
No,
it's so
I
fast.
also think like it's all right that it's happened in Alcira, which is the capital, which is great, and hopefully the Crucible managed to keep hold of it. But it's like the Iron Guard is everywhere else in the country.
Yeah.
So like you've then got to hope that people hear about it and also revolt and do the same thing, or that we can help in other places for it to spread.
There was a stage 2 planned, I believe, with the Grey Plains and the Mountain Kingdoms. They said they won't help with the Alcira charge,
Yes,
but
indeed.
if we're successful, they will.
Yep. Torfin was
Help
successful
clean
in
up.
contacting the Mountain Kingdoms and convinced them enough that if the Alcira assault was successful, they would then lend their forces and try and quell the Iron Guard in other places.
Someone, I can't remember who it was. It was either this. I think it was this week's episode 106 for people at home. They wrote, it's something along the lines. I sent it to you. It's mad to think that this is going to be in the history of the world. And I had this really big moment of like, oh crap, because when you do home games, like we've done a home game in another successful stream. Slightly successful stream world, but we were playing it, and the DM would be really fun, and they'd bring up characters from the Mighty Nine, whatever would you say, and I would be like, this is really cool, but this didn't really happen. So I found it really hard to buy into the fact that we met this character or this character, whereas reading that, it was like, oh, everything that's done because of the format we're doing really affects the history of what happens next. And I'm so excited to see what the ripple of this effect it has on future campaigns in other continents and other places, because yes, we know that the Iron Guard were corrupt and that the Iron Guard weren't doing big lavish acts. They were doing things enough that people weren't noticing everywhere. So when that story gets told, obviously the bigger things go further, but the little things don't travel as far, which is how you can get these warped versions of historical events and stuff like that. And I'm so interested to see what future things come
It'll
from
ripple.
this.
Well, you spoke in Mission 4 about what what was the word you described? Is it revere or how much of something that the players had to collect?
When our choices were going to give us renown.
Sorry.
Renown.
Renown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. I was working with the renown mechanic.
So with that, is there an idea of how much of that they did accrue, and what hope is there for their names to be?
I've got exactly how much they accrued.
Oh, let's
How much of
hear
it was Malachite's big outburst?
Yeah, to the religious district.
He gave you a solid third of the total points.
I will say though, it was really interesting as Malachite making choices like that. I turned to Jack in the break and I was like, he's put his name on the line there. Like, if he's a businessman. Like I said, he was a jeweler, so he bought and sold jewelry, which is why he worked with the religious district so closely, because they all of their magic's to do with gems and diamonds and stuff. So he was like, I'll put my family name on the line here, which he wasn't sure he was going to do. But it was when he stepped out and he was like, follow House Lancel. And then I said to Jack, I was like, if we'd had more time, or if we were talking about like things that would happen afterwards, I was like, Lancel was going to, Malachite was going to turn to the clerics and say, in the aftermath of this war, you'll need lots of diamonds. House Lancel will give you reduced rate if you only buy from them in the future. So I was like, how would a businessman find a way to work war selfishly? I suppose.
And you did it beautifully, because you turned to me and was like, has that affected the history a bit? And I was like, I literally turned to you, looked you dead in the eyes and was like, oh fuck yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, I have so many things planned out now because of the assault on Alcira. I know exactly where I'm taking this continent now.
Yeah.
That's
my
cool.
god.
Oh,
Wow.
Because of
I
choices we made.
have new factions. I have new political motivations. I have fucking all sorts.
That's so
I
cool.
have so much.
If I was to look on a map, say 5 cycles after
Yeah.
this, will I see Tilly Creek or Tillarella Roll?
Oh,
Great question, George.
I'm interested.
I've not made those rolls yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
But can we hear about renown?
Yeah.
How much, and in context, what hope is there for their names in the future?
This is why I was worried. I was like, I feel like we did quite well with the healing renown part of it, but then it was like I fucked up Oralis a little bit. So like, did that just like take
We're in
everything
negative
down?
figures.
Yeah, like
Do you want to keep it a secret?
Part of me doesn't want to know, because just in case we hear about it.
who?
In the future.
I think it would.
The names. Oh, goodness.
It would be interesting to not know, actually, because obviously with Siggy's intent to go back to Alcira and help the council for a little bit, that could have a massive effect there. Because obviously if we don't have a lot of renown, or if we do in fact have negative figures of renown, people aren't going to want that help from Siggy or from the rest of the Dawn Takers. So that could be
Or
interesting.
do you want to know, and then you have to play against that knowledge?
I want to know.
I want to know.
Hands up for yes.
Yeah, go on
We'll
then.
leave it.
Hands up for no.
Oh, go on. That's the numbers.
Oh, but I don't want
You
to
can
know.
keep your ears.
I'm not going to listen.
Okay.
You could have covered your ears.
Yeah.
So in the city of Alcira, the Dawn Takers managed to accrue across the city a large amount of positive renown, which means
Okay, well,
that
no, because Derry reacted. Carry on. Start from the beginning, Jack.
Psych!
I really am the Tom Holland of this group.
Really hard, Derry.
oh, Ben, I'm sorry about
That's
that.
all right. It's fine.
Well, I was going, yes, because it's going to be a cool challenge because we've got negative renown.
That's not
You
the type of play
could
you
have
are.
sold that if you hadn't have just.
If you
said
weren't
that.
Derry Gray, you could have sold that.
Wow.
but we're thankful that you are.
Thanks, babe. Let me just go be Tom Holland. I'd much rather that.
I said the Dawn Takers across the city had accrued enough positive renown that, on average, the Dawn Takers are.
Why do you look at me? Because I committed genocide.
No,
All right.
it was just because I'd looked at Derry and Ben, and then you were third in line, apparently.
Oh, I thought you were like
No, sorry.
Most of the Dawn Takers.
No, not the Dawn Takers as a group. On average, across the city is what I meant. Not
Yeah,
on
okay.
average, most of the Dawn
Right, okay.
Takers.
I thought you were like everyone's done
because
it.
no one knows who did what, so it's
Yeah.
just we know the Dawn Takers were at least in part responsible for this, and across the board, the city regards your actions during and after as for the people.
I turned the sun off for the people, to be fair. So.
Yeah, no problem.
But this is it. It's like across the city, don't get me wrong, that lost you a bit of renown. And it has had a massive effect. But across the city, on average, the perspective is positive.
Nice.
But if this campaign has taught us anything, the power of stories go far.
Yeah.
Oh,
Particularly lies.
There are not everybody will regard the Dawn Takers' actions as positive, and there are a couple of factions that will come out of the Assault on Alcera that are steadfastly against. So we need to see what fate has for their successes, but that is a story for another time.
And Cricket completed his trial.
Yeah, I did do
I
that.
whooped and cheered.
It was pretty stressful, eh?
Oh my god, this
pretty
little
tough.
guy. I mean, what an episode.
I edited it yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, I just sort of hit the render button last night.
In my head,
Okay,
I panicked then. I was like, it's not come out yet.
I've got that about
Everything's come out.
It's such
God.
it's
Yeah.
so emotional.
Yes.
This hasn't come out yet, so
No, true. Tell me about the experience of that particular episode, and you weren't alone throughout.
Yeah, I looked like a fool though. I asked for the I asked for the heart to help me, and he was like, "Nope." That was funny. That was really good. Yeah, it was a crazy moment for Cricket. Yeah, culmination of lots and lots of story and everything coming together. You write your backstory before the campaign starts, so I think I knew something like this would happen. I know how the event went, so I know. I brought Jack the event. I brought Jack the way the trial would work. So I knew that at some point, if he managed to get all three done, he would have to face his shame or what he did to offend the gods. So that's as much information as I had, which I suppose is as much information as Cricket would have. Yeah. So there would be fears about what would happen, or what the trial would be, or how it would come about. But it was quite nice to sit in the unknown of that and let it come. And it was great. It was really, really good. Yeah, it was mental. The creature was really cool. The fight was nuts. And then, yeah, Ben did such a good job coming in as Willow and being this, like, there but not there, like, now but not lived version of Willow. It was great. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, a beautiful support, that. I'm interested to know what would have happened if Cricket had not succeeded and had actually, like, gone to 0 hit points in that. Would that have been Cricket dying?
No.
Obviously, it feels like it's like a bit of a difficult one to understand.
Yeah, because you're using the mechanic of D&D that we know so much as, like, 0 hit points, death saves, dead. But all of that was happening within Cricket's mind. And the trial is an opportunity for Cricket to absolve himself. The crux of it is, however, is that it's absolving himself in his own eyes.
Oh.
It's self-forgiveness.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
Because if you can't love somebody else...
Oh, gosh.
How the heck
Because
can I
the
love
pillars
anybody else?
upon which the trial is built is lauded as, if you go against these pillars, you will disgrace your god. And so that puts into the person, I must live by these pillars. So if I go against these pillars, I think badly of myself. So you have to forgive the self.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. The knowledge was gained for the betterment of the self and the people around you. The skill is to, in fact, hang on, no, because I've got the...
Yeah.
I've got specific wording here.
But you're right. I suppose it's self-worth. Like if you are told by your doctrine that if you do not live by these pillars, you are not worthy of the afterlife that your culture believes in.
Yeah.
If you believe you are not worthy, then it is about
Yeah,
rebuilding self-worth.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
Oh, that's great though.
And look at what Cricket was doing throughout the entire campaign. He was always branding himself as a coward.
Yep.
His opinion of himself, no matter what he did, was always in such a negative way, and thus the trial gave him that opportunity to free himself of that guilt, to absolve himself of those sins, as it were.
Yeah. It was really interesting actually, because I was chatting to Jack the night before, and we were chatting about it, and I was like, I always say this to Jack, I always start our conversations by going, I don't want to know anything, but I don't want you to tell me, but I want to tell you this. I don't want you to give me an answer. And he's always very quiet on the phone, so I can't hear him either giggling along in approval.
I'm always just like, okay, what can I tell him?
Yeah. But I think that was one of the big things I'd said. I was like, well, it's funny, isn't it? I think in my head, Cricket, the lesson Cricket had to learn wasn't I'm big, I'm strong, I beat the monster. It was I let my family down just by not showing up.
Yeah.
Or by staying back, or by not being there.
Yeah.
And so it was really interesting to leave it in your hands, but go, Cricket passing or failing this trial may not be beating the monster. It may just be not fucking running away again.
Yeah,
but
no,
I think
absolutely.
I think
And
the story that was built was really.
And this is where the blend of D&D and mechanics and story, like, you've kind of got to smush them together, because at a certain point in that battle, if you'd have like overcome that fear and then I go, yeah, that's the end, that might not have been a satisfying ending for you. I didn't want to give you that chance. So there had to be like an end, which is within the mechanics when something drops to 0 hit points. But yes, you're absolutely categorically correct. Beating the monster is not necessarily the challenge.
But it's one of these warped things in his head where the monster, because we see in the last episode, the monster is a reflection of the moment.
Yes, exactly. You're not reliving the moment. It's all a representation of. And that trial gives you the ability to go, I'm fighting this creature as I am now, and look how I'm dealing with it. How could I have possibly survived all those cycles ago when I didn't have these skills, when I didn't have these allies, sort of thing? And that's another facet of, I kind of need to give myself some credit here. Mm-hmm. I don't forget my history. I keep that lesson, but I can now see a path of salvation, and which ties back into the self-forgiveness.
Yeah.
It's really interesting you say of it like the trial from Cricket's eye on himself, and then the one you look for came to support. And like, I'm interested to know for you, Ben, like, you didn't know that was going to happen. No. You were all present, like, in this space, but you didn't know that you were going to be needed. And then to jump in, it's Pete. We've talked about how your friendship has grown from never playing D&D together to this campaign, to these characters and the relationship they have. But you almost have to drop all that and just support. Yeah. How hard was that to not just want to save the day, but also go, I know that I'm not in control of that right now.
It was the easiest thing in the world, because it's like it very symbiotically. Willow's coming in for Cricket, but more importantly, Ben's coming in for Pete, and I think I could really sense the reluctance for Pete to make the choice of having someone there. So when Jack said, Willow, come to I sat on the seat for what felt like ages, being like, part of me wants to say no. Because I was like, I feel like I could feel that Pete was like, oh, okay. So when I sat down, it was like, right, well, I'm not playing now. Pete gets to use Willow's character sheet for what Cricket would need from it. And it was that was just in my brain as soon as I sat down, was just like, right, I'm just going to be a mirror for Pete, and then by proxy Willow will be for Cricket, and basically just let Pete make the decisions of what he feels like he takes from Willow in a healthy way.
Yeah.
And then even after, there's like that little bit of role play that they have, and then we go to break, and I say to Jack in the break, obviously not in the episode because it's cut, but I say like, oh, shall I get off now? And Jack's like, no, stay, you're still needed. And I'm like, oh, okay, because I really didn't want to take anything. So it was the easiest thing in the world to not, because I didn't want to.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be there for Pete and Cricket and to serve the story, to make sure that Cricket felt like he did it on his own, even though he had a high-level druid there.
I've said it before that you did it masterfully. It was like
Yep.
you walked into my brain and took what I had intended Willow to be in that moment, and you acted it.
Yeah.
So it was beautiful. It was artwork.
The only hard thing was looking into his eyes and not crying at the emotion that was coming out of his face, because it's like, oh no, I'm trying not to cry. I think there's one bit where I'm like, but apart from yeah.
I think narratively and mechanically, you were perfect in that episode. It was great. It was really good.
I think any of us who played D&D can relate to you, Pete, there. They're really wanting to take that ownership of your story. I think we can all relate to that. And yet it's Cricket as well who will have wanted to do this on his own. But it is strong to know when you need that support as well. I think it's strength of you as a player and Cricket as a character. Is it interesting playing him after that, in what happens in the last few episodes? After the trial, how did it feel as a role player after the trial as Cricket compared to the 100 episodes before?
Stepping straight into... There was so much. Like, coming out of the trial, he was going to be changed. Yeah. But then seeing the destruction that he had caused, he was going to be irreversibly changed. If we'd had more time in the campaign, I was considering going back to Alcira and Cricket giving this big speech about, like, we're not judged by our actions, we're judged by our ownership. So, like, the Iron Guard were not nice people, and they were fine with that. I have committed a crime in this city. What I will do that the Iron Guard never did was own up to that. And I think Cricket was going to put his life in the hands of the people of Alcira. If you want him exiled, fine. If you want him executed, fine. But in order for this new country to survive, in order for Beladrin to survive under a new leadership, we have to make a statement right now that we are not going to fall down the same track. And I think Cricket was prepared to do that. It'd be tough for her.
That's why we ended the campaign.
Yeah.
We got whiff that was about to happen, and I was like, cool, the campaign's finished.
Well, let's cut it. But I was like, I remember saying, I need time. Like, we were talking about this as players, and I was like, please do not spring this upon me in the last episode of the campaign. I either need to know about it now so I have enough room to act through it and find a way to salvage Cricket's character, or it needs to be one of these horrible things that Cricket never finds out about. Because if he ends the campaign thinking he's a genocidal murderer, there's not a lot of ways you can go there that will salvage him.
He just needs a fallen moon god to swipe his memories.
That's what he needs.
Fine.
Yeah, that's what he needs.
Had the solution the whole time.
Get a wee...
That can be my favour.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do that for
I
you.
fully would have helped you with Moonwater. You
Yeah.
should have done it.
Shall we go there?
Let's go.
To
What if?
Moonwater.
Cricket and Tony versus the Dante.
Bloody hell.
Oh, gosh.
That would not be good. That would not
very,
be
very
good.
scary.
Campaign 2.
Oh, gosh.
So we did, after Alcira, pack our things and head to the Eternity Forest. I was walking through a forest listening to that. I recommend that
So good.
for anyone. So look, I've got to come to you, Ben, on this moment where everything changed for Ben the player and Willow the character. This character who you've described in the past as being, actually, it's limiting how powerful she is. But then all of a sudden, your autonomy was taken away. And you said in roll credits that's not what you expected We've all had theories. We've read the theories on Discord, but this felt like a Hail Mary. None of us expecting the favour, which was granted, was taken. And Willow, you committed to that instantly. How is that playing D&D, the game that, you do rely on dice, but also you're free to make whatever choices you want, all of a sudden, gone.
Mm-hmm.
Scary.
Yeah.
But freeing?
Yeah. I think so. I think, because I talk about it a lot where I say you have like the two bits playing a game. You have like you acting the role and then almost like yourself as like the biggest fan of this character in a TV show. So there's quite a lot of moments where like things will happen to Willow and it will kind of go through Willow to Ben, who will have an emotional reaction and then go in and then get to play that with Willow. And until that moment, that was always basically the same emotion. I would be sad for Willow and be happy for Willow and be whatever for Willow. Whereas this time, it's like Jack kind of took Ben the viewer and Ben the actor and put them to the opposite ends of the table. So then, it's being like, well, Ben's feeling horrendous, but Willow is feeling exhilarated. And it was definitely a tough challenge, especially in that moment. I think there's like a couple of times where the Jack will describe or something will go off it and you see Ben break and then try and bring it back to Willow being up, because I'm having this which I've said before, but I enjoyed so much.
Good.
But then it's fun because then, like you said, that I was playing a humble druid. Then by that favor, you shove a god's ego on her essentially, which is, no, I now need you to fix everything in a moment. So then you give Willow an ego and suddenly it's like, well, she will just have the fix for everything. I will, because Ben maybe with Willow might not have done the find path thing or anything like that, but you shove a god's ego on her and it's like, cool, I need to get there, so I'm going to do the most powerful things I can to get there. So that was quite fun.
And it was described as cricket having a gut feeling, because the dice weren't giving you everything. The DM wasn't giving you everything.
He wasn't, and he was, I'll say Jack was giving me what the dice would allow.
Yeah.
What his narrative, which, let's be honest, we've been trusting him for 3 years, so let's trust him to the end. He knew that there were certain things he couldn't tell me until he could tell me. But within that, he gave me as much as he possibly could. He was like, the dice are wrong. Everything you're seeing, this is truth. This is this. This is this. But something within you speaks to you more than that. And that was a really fun challenge to play. Cricket as a... On you go, sorry.
No, sorry, I interrupted you. I was just thinking after the trial, that gut feeling, like, are you trusting that more now than you had before?
I think so. Or... Yes. Less apologetically. I think he would know when something's wrong. He would know when something felt wrong or didn't feel right. But he maybe wouldn't act out as vigorously. I think he would just probably do what he tried to do at the start, which was the conversation he had with Willow, like, what's going on here? Something's not right. Let's try and find a way through it. But yeah, there was that reliance on his gut when, even though everything he tried was wrong. The book didn't reveal anything, although I've heard that there may be squeakies there. The pair didn't try anything. The there was just a whole line of things that he was trying. Looking under the water at the lake didn't work. Nothing worked, but there was still that inability to accept that as the truth.
Yeah,
and it's very fun.
Dewi, I've got to say, as the character here who's not really had a clue what's going on for most of it, it felt quite unbelievable to know how he was ever going to be able to get to a place where he could have any impact in Moonwater. Because, like, if he doesn't know, he's had lies spoken to him, and yet you found a way through kind of these, like, relationships you'd formed, particularly this one with Cricket, to be able to gain that gut feeling as well. And I just thought that was done masterfully. Like, a game with all the mechanics and all the things we know and don't know, I thought you did it so well, where you like, just found out information naturally and didn't rely on the dice. And yet, these two, we started the episode going into, I think it was the final episode, with these two kind of discussing what are we going to do to save our friends. And I just saw this moment of these two criminals from the start that we'd met. One was bald and we didn't know who he actually was, and one had just come out of a sewer. And we're going, we need to protect these two who have saved us along the way. Is that how it felt for you? It was good that it had that moment for you two?
Yeah, definitely. It was... It felt like it had come full circle almost, because at the start of the campaign it was like my plan going into it was like, you know, Siggy's probably going to be a bit cagey at the start, but then end up asking for help and like relying on these people for help. And it does feel like a bit of a full circle moment where he's like, because obviously Siggy doesn't know a lot. He hasn't got the high insight that some of these guys have got, so he just kind of has to, you know, rely on what he's being told. He's a bit naive in that way. And so when Cricket, his best mate, and Drenger was turning around to him and being like, yeah, this isn't right. Because like Siggy was very enthused when Willow was enthused. And then Cricket turns around, the most insightful of us all, potentially. No, not even close. But
It's close.
it's close. Sorry, yeah. I don't know your stats. I have too much trouble with my own. But yeah, Cricket, one of the most insightful of the Dawn Takers, turns around and says, something's not right. Siggy's like, got you. Locked in, brother.
But that's the loyalty, because
What are
Cricket
we
couldn't
gonna do?
even back it up. Cricket was like, I don't have any facts.
Yeah, but I mean, Siggy's loyal to a fault, though.
Yeah.
You know, that's always kind of how I've played him. Loyalty is hard won, but once you've got it, you've got it. Do you know what I mean? Which is why he didn't trust Reggie, because she's betrayed him in a massive way, sort of thing. So, and that's not easily repaired. So it was really fun to roleplay, because I was like, what? Something's wrong? Yeah. No, surely not. But Cricket's saying it's wrong. Okay, sold. What you need, you know?
That's what I loved about it, just the fact that connection had brought you to that realization.
I will say, I'm so sorry, just really quickly, what I love about that conversation is there is no fix, there is no workout, there is no like mystery solved, okay, we have a plan. They just kind of sit there and go, we don't know what to do, but something needs to be done. And it was nice. That was nice.
So then we got to the ritual. I mean, Kendall, you've known this has been coming. Not quite like that.
Necessarily, yeah.
Okay. I don't know where to begin here, other than going like, how much along the way did you know was coming? And had you had visions of how it would play out? And was it anywhere near what you had imagined it would be?
So, Tony never fully knew what they were working towards. I think she knew that she was helping him get back what they've taken. Like, that's always what she had in her brain. She did have a vision. I can talk about this now. It's so fun. So it will just be after she killed Cassie. And when her memory cut out, she remembered waking up. She was in like the forest near the temple, and she had a vision of each moon in the sky going out, and then Oralis went out, and then she woke up, and that was the vision that she had. So that's what I was working from, but I didn't know I needed to kill Willow. I knew none of that. I think Tony always... I had in my head that I think Tony always knew something was not wrong, but like something wasn't quite right. She knew that, you know, her just taking Willow to Moonwater to reunite with her family felt a little bit too good for what she was doing. But I think she was so dedicated to the vengeful quest that she was on that she was going to do it anyway. But then obviously doubt started to creep in when all of this was happening, and he was so excited about it. But yeah, I never knew about the ritual or anything like that. So
Can I make an insight check?
I think that's very wise.
that's the way.
So Dalagar had been careful in what he had revealed to Tony and what he had kept to himself. I mean, yeah. I'm just trying to like think about every conversation that has happened along the way between them about this ritual. Like, could it have been done in any other way or not? It was always this way.
Yeah. To release Dalagar, you would need to disrespect each of the moons, and then a child of Aralis needed to be killed in the most sacred place to the moon gods.
Can you describe what would have happened then if that ritual had passed?
I really want to know this.
Oh, do I say?
Are we
Or
looking
do
at
I
that?
keep
taking notice of
this?
stuff. There's so much stuff that I don't want to.
I might keep that one under wraps.
Okay, can we give theories then at least?
You can give me theories. I will
'Cause
always hear your theories.
I feel like that would have been like apocalypse level bad. Like living in a world of darkness, nothing can grow, everybody dies. So thanks, Tony. That would
You're
have been
welcome. I would have
great.
been, with him, and it would have been fine. Great. and
You
happy.
just move to the moon and forget about all of us.
Yeah.
Are there, I will ask this then, are there repercussions still from what happened
Oh god, yeah.
in Alcira when Tony took out the light of Oralis?
This is what I'm so intrigued about. I want to know what that means.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that
I know
feels significant.
exactly what has happened because of that act.
You wrote something down.
No, I can tell you right now, that is staying with me. That one I am going to drop when I know I can.
I'm so excited.
No, that one is. You could have persuaded me on the ritual. That one.
So when the ritual failed, that didn't
exciting.
reverse that. What?
Oh no! That's done.
Okay, good.
That's done.
So
Yeah,
what
yeah,
Tony
yeah.
did was really
Well, yeah, but this is the thing is one of the things I was thinking about with, what Tony does next is like, she is still wanted for crimes she very much committed. So I don't know how she's going to navigate that, especially that one. Woo!
It's all right. Siggy will just spend a year in Alcira whispering in the ears of the council and gets all exonerated.
Yeah.
He's a free man now, so it's all good.
What did I do?
And so
I thought this country was going to be better.
And the actual ritual itself,
Yes.
how that came about, and the way you did it together with the notes and the sounds.
yeah.
That was cool.
It was very cool. It was chilling. It's such
Shout
a
out to Ez for
great.
setting that up for me.
Good work, Ez. I have to say, the beautiful setting of Moonwater with this kind of disturbing backdrop of what was happening was a beautiful juxtaposition.
So in the conception of this campaign, I built a lot of this world. And there were 4 moons, and there was Moonwater. And these two came about, and Ben said to me, I want to do something that might really freak you out, but I want to make Moonwater evil. And Tony came to me and was like, Kendall came to me and was like, I want a cleric to a moon god who's evil. And I was like, okay. I've specifically made Dara and the Moon Watchers not evil. So how do I make this work? And so I had to make the 5th moon for this campaign.
No way.
I don't know if you remember when we were sat talking about it, and I was like, I thought I worshipped Havrin, and I was like, she worships Havrin, and you were like, no, so you're actually going to worship this person.
Yeah.
I was like, what? And
Yeah.
you were like, yeah, and you can't tell anyone that you really
Yeah.
worship
So-
this person.
Dara had hidden Dalagar even from your mind.
But when was it revealed? Was it revealed at the beginning of the campaign, or when we found out with Tony?
Exactly.
You're getting it, Ben.
Was there ever a moment where you considered, oh, maybe I'll make Havren this evil entity? Or did you immediately no.
No. So the reason why I had to construct Dalagar was because Oralis and Dara served very, very specific purposes for me in this pantheon. I wanted there to be a female presenting figure at the head of the pantheon because I have not seen many, if any, pantheons. There are definitely ones out there. I've just not seen them with a female presenting figure. So that was really important. I wanted that female presenting figure to be really powerful. I wanted her to be really caring, but also very formidable when she needed to be. A soldier, a warrior, not just like a motherly figure. Shout out to Ruby for all the conversations we've had about the topics about that. I wanted the relationship with the moon god to be very specific as well. And a lot of people regard the moons and the sun and the moons to be very queer, and I love that. But I wanted to put in a very powerful figure that was the embodiment of what I perceive to be positive masculine traits. So Dara was the embodiment of positive masculinity for me. He was loving unconditionally in all its forms, both to family, friends, sexual, romantic, everything. And then the Moon Watchers were all aspects of that. To be peaceful and tranquil, to be okay with change and to accept it. Nelagwir. Vantha, all the forms of love. Qualero, to have direction, to look ahead and to enjoy the journey. And possibly the most important of all, to not act out of wrath or anger, to be merciful and to be humble. So when these guys came to me and said they wanted to flip that, I was like, I've got so much history that is so really important to me that I don't want to change that. So how do I make this work? And so I created the fifth one. Well, why is all the history here not factoring in this one? Well, what if that god was the embodiment of shame and was hidden away? And in a really weird way that I didn't necessarily see at the time, but the revelation of Dalagar and accepting one's past mistakes and bearing one's shame and trying to move past that in a healthy way kind of became the fifth pillar of positive masculinity for me. As it was all coming about, I was like, wow, even Dalagar is a symbol, a representative of this. And so, to answer your question, 3 years ago, Havrin would never and could never be the evil one because he was so important to me to be a symbol of positive masculinity, and thus Dalagar had to be created.
Kendall has cast Find Familiar.
Hey.
Hey, Bobby. I suppose.
We're
Lily-
about to get so many more viewers because of
Yep.
this.
Yeah.
Bing, 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 bing.
But Lily, I'm going to ask your owner now why you wanted to be in love with an evil god and mess around with Jack's entire
She's
pantheon.
wagging a tail.
Yeah, like mother, like daughter.
Just happy to be here.
Why I wanted to be in love with an evil god.
Yeah, I never knew evil god. I remember you telling me on Keeping Watch, you was like, I'm intrigued with the idea
Yeah.
of the cleric. Kendall, you said that there was a song that inspired the character of Tony. It's
Yes.
time for the reveal.
It's time. I mean,
Down with
I,
the sickness.
I reckon people. Do you want to guess?
Phantom of the
Yeah,
Opera.
I want to guess.
Is it?
It was the Phantom of the Opera.
Sleepy song.
But listen to me.
Specifically the rock version because I love that. But basically, I'll tell you how it came about. Do you remember when I was making?
Tony, I'm Tony. Yes, soprano. Come through.
Do you remember when we were making Cookie and Vixie?
Yes.
And we were making cleric and warlock twin sisters that never got used in a home game, and
Cookie did.
yeah, Cookie did, but her sister was not played by me; it was played by someone else. Anyway,
Me. I played
by
them both.
you, yes, true, actually. Yeah, and I remember I was listening to the rock version of Phantom of the Opera. Like, I think I was like walking to work, and I had it in my AirPods, and I was like, oh my god, like the feeling that song gave to me, I was like, that's a warlock story. Like that's what it feels like.
Christine would be a warlock.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Warlock bard
Yeah.
multi-class.
So I was like,
Undead wall.
holy shit. And then because I didn't get to, I just loved the feeling that it gave me. I can't describe it any more than that. I loved like the power that I feel like I had. It
Tony was
great.
built on vibes.
Yep.
She was built on vibes.
Siggy was built on vibes.
Fair.
And then because I didn't use it for Big C, I was like, that's when I was like, I want, because that's why I wanted to play a warlock, but I was like, I think I'd have more fun with like a cleric build. So I was like, I'm going to build a warlocky cleric, and based off that.
We know what her next year Halloween costume's going to be.
Christine.
No, Phantom of the Opera. You don't get the princess again.
Yeah.
You have to come.
You have to be the Phantom.
Sing for me.
Wow.
That
Yeah.
so,
I
that was
didn't
so
know,
cool.
but that makes so much sense.
Yeah, it's
I listened to Diggy Diggy Hole by Windrose. That's not true.
that makes so
That
much
came along
sense.
later. Yeah.
Is that if there was a song that could have inspired cricket? What do you think?
Beep beep.
Paul McCartney and the Toad Chorus.
Is it the lion in the Wizard of Oz? If I only had the nerve.
Cute.
You'd be a great.
I can tell you something
Thank
that was
you
really.
so much.
that would
I
be
would love that. Talk me out of it.
That'd be great. What was really useful was I watched Onward, the Pixar movie,
love that
with the two of you, actually.
Yeah.
Just when we were making the character. And I remember I'd watched it. I was either with Sophia, my sister, and I was like, "You guys have to watch this. This is D&D." And you were like, "Is it? Is it?" And then like,
God, yeah.
there's the bit where he, it's the enlarge spell or the shrink spell where he like is big for a second and drops down. And I was like, "That's concentration. That's the concentration mechanic." And you were like, "Whoa!" It was great.
It was honestly one of
Yeah.
the best nights ever.
Wait until Pete sees the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
I have seen that actually as well. That's also based on Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. There's a bit. Who is it? Chris Pratt's character is like never backs down.
Never what?
Like,
Sorry.
or what? There's something in it, and there's a scene right at the end where he wasn't brave enough to go into his dad's room when his dad was in hospital, and
That film's so sad.
his entire character arc falls into place when you find out that. And I was like, oh, he's been acting off this the whole time. Like, I think he says, that was the day I vowed to never be afraid again, or something like that. And so to put it very simply, I kind of had this like half-made character, but I was like, what will be the bubble of life in him? And I was like, right, so created a nasty event that happened in the past, and then was like, I'll act opposite that, or I'll act off that, or I will constantly be trying to bounce off that. So in the same way that like a song would give you an inner life or a heartbeat or something, it was that line or that scene in that movie. It was just, oh, that's a really cool way of building a character, instead of building somebody who wants something or who has a motivation. Build somebody who, instead of having a want, has a hate, but the hate's reflected inwards, or instead of having motivation, have whatever the opposite of motivation is, but still drives you. Yeah, sorry.
That's a really cool way of thinking about it, because normally I would build a character with like a bunch of motivations, like Siggy, but it's really interesting to see how like one little catalyst has created this character for you, or you've created that character around that single catalyst, and it's really impressive.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Is there a song for Willow?
No.
No.
Like when we did the playlist, I made the
Yeah.
playlist in hindsight. No, just I like to write in themes. Like, what's the theme of this character? What's the theme of my campaign 2 character? And there's very strong themes.
Yeah.
This one is vengeance, but putting vengeance on someone who is the epitome of love and care, and what that does to a person.
I want to ask you, Ben, about the caravan. crazy moments when you think about going back to the battle in Thrin, when Tony went to Moonwater in a vision and saw Avery, but also when we lost Willow and they were endeavoured to bring Willow back, there was an episode where you described being in the caravan and your mum being involved in that. I was like, how now we know everything that we know, and we've met your mum, and we've seen that moment where Mumby and Mum get to be back together for a moment.
Oh,
wow.
God.
How much did you reveal without us realizing in that caravan flashback, and how much of it?
Just what episode was this?
Oh, it would have been.
Was it just
70.
Yeah.
This is
Three,
the
maybe, or
resurrection
Was it the
ritual.
during the
Like
resurrection?
71.
It was during the
Or something.
resurrection.
Yes, that character. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think it quite a lot, but not. There wasn't really anything of like tea, I guess.
No,
So I
true.
didn't know any.
No, that's true.
But in terms of, when Willow went to go see the camp in Moonwater, if the caravan was there, unless they'd done stuff to it, it would have looked identical to that, just more corporeal, not all starlight.
This was before you'd revealed that you thought all your family were dead.
Yes.
And I remember coming out of that episode and we saw Willow's mum show her back to the land of the living. And I turned to Ben, I was like, oh my God, your mum's dead. And he was like, no, if she's dead, I'm gonna no. And then obviously you revealed that she was,
I was like, she's
thought
not
she
dead
was
because Jack's been asking me what her accent is.
Yeah, and I was like, but
he
she's,
never did that, but
she's dead.
And yet you will have thought she was.
yes, yeah,
And that she wasn't.
yes.
That felt like it was a shock for everyone,
Yeah.
but for you mostly.
Yeah, massively.
There's a big theme throughout this campaign of how important family have been to each of you. And it felt like Enola was so important to both of these two characters in that moment. Can you both describe, I'll start with you, Ben, how important it was to get to have that opportunity in the campaign rather than talking about it, where Willow got to be reunited?
I think the most important part of it is getting to have Cricket meet her. I think apart from that, it's nice to have her mum back. It was a massive whiplash. There was so much emotion back and forth, but Willow had grown out of her mum's shadow, and I think even though it being her mum being amazing, it doesn't stop the fact that Willow was a level 1 druid for 100 years almost, pretty much just stayed at that. And obviously, we write that in, but I think as soon as she came out of her mum's shadow, and that might be different now, post all of this, but Willow has really blossomed and become who she is and gained her power away from her mum.
Mm-hmm.
So in some aspects, she didn't need her mum.
No.
But getting to show the pride that she had, because the one message that she took from her mum was just find someone to share stuff with, in whatever way that is. It doesn't have to be a man, it doesn't have to be marriage, it doesn't have to be any of that, but just find someone that at the end of the day or after a few days you can tell them about how good you're doing at life. And I think just to get to say that she's found that person is the biggest gift.
Oh, that's
Because I imagined that moment happening to the tree, taking Cricket back at the end.
Yeah.
And just introducing Cricket to her mum through the willow tree, but not actually getting to see her receive the fact that all the stuff that she's done wrong, all of the things that she did wrong as a mum, all the things she did right as a mum, she managed to make sure that Willow knew that she needed to be loved in a way that meant she always had someone to talk to.
Sure. And what about for Tony then? It felt significant to
I think it was
this.
so important for Tony. I think it was really hard in that last couple of episodes because I think even with all of the stuff being revealed, Tony just couldn't really see the manipulation side of things. And I think she was still so angry at the Moon Watchers when they came down. Like, oh my god, like so angry. And I honestly thought, like, unless something happens to change her mind, like, I feel like she'll just be like, oh, I couldn't kill Willow, I'm really sorry, but like I'll still help you. I still want this to happen. But I think it was Enola that came in and was like, look, this is how they get you. This is what happened to me, and it's not the same, but it's similar. And I think she's the person that really kind of made her be like, oh wait, like, yeah. And then obviously I think that then made her think of her mum and remember that, you know, I think she did love her. So I think Enola actually ended up being pretty pivotal to Tony's journey post Moonwater. I think it could have been very, very different otherwise. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen so many of these strong women in the families of all these characters that you've played so brilliantly, Jack. I
hope I've done them justice.
Oh, for sure. In the Mercedes' sister, with brilliant moments with Sigismund's mother as well. Obviously, we're talking about the mothers here, and then we finally got to meet Damson as well in this brief moment there. It's like, obviously, you are male, but you're playing these really powerful, interesting characters that on the other side. It's like, do you feel the weight of the responsibility of that?
Yes, absolutely.
And it's like, how do you navigate the importance of getting it right?
I think first and foremost, what makes my job easier is that these guys all share the same respect for the necessity for female characters within stories, and strong and interesting and deep female characters. So they're giving me a lot of the material already. I am also very, very fortunate to have so many incredible women in my life that have talked to me about their life experiences. Shout out to Ruby again. Ruby, one of my best mates, we used to live together. We have had so many conversations about her perspective on life, and I've learned so much from her and other people. So listening is kind of all I can attribute it to, is that throughout my life I have just tried to hear people and their struggles, what they're going through, and I try and embody that in all of my stories. And I can't really say there's anything more than that.
Yep. For you, Pete, when you got that moment to be reunited with Damson,
I went into a rage.
I mean, yeah. It was obviously very moving for all of us here. That I don't know if you even felt you had anything more left in to emotionally release in that moment, and yet it wasn't just the being reunited with stuff. It was this with Damson as well. And I mean, what's the inspiration behind that relationship? I mean, I could guess, but I'm interested more from Pete.
Cricket and Damson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's just very interesting. Like, I know, like, we're in a really interesting place with writers writing female characters at the minute, especially strong female writers writing strong female characters. Me and Ben did a little leapfrog, actually. I got him onto reading the
Just
Poppy.
in general.
I got him onto reading in general, but I started him with The Poppy War, which is a brilliant book, which has a really, really interesting female protagonist who is, almost uniquely belligerent and arrogant and just really well written, but not written to be like a proper hero's archetype. She's a broken hero that finds her way there. And then Ben did the same thing. He hit me back with Blood Over Brighthaven. Again, an incredibly well-written female character who is bursting with arrogance and bursting with kind of unbridled self-opinion. And it's really interesting to read these characters that are written three-dimensionally. And there's a huge place for that. For Cricket and Damson, they were born of the same egg, and she took the better half of everything. She really was the epitome of strength, of bravery, of loyalty, of quick thinking. Much like in a litter of dogs, you get a runt, and one of them's a little bit smaller. Cricket was lesser in every way than Damson. And I wrote her like that because I knew he was going to lose her, and I knew that she, I think I say it in the last episode, she plays the role of the entire family. She is a parent, she is a sibling, she is a friend, because she's the only person for Cricket like that in his life, apart from a couple little scatterings. So I kind of bucked that narrative of writing a three-dimensional female character and just made Damson the epitome of fucking sick. Much like my own sister. She's fucking ace.
Agreed.
She's sound ace. She's
I
sound.
agree. She's
But yeah, I just really wanted to put Damson on this pedestal, knowing that when she fell off, Cricket would be looking at an empty plinth and having nowhere to go. I'm so sorry. I've rambled.
No.
I've really rambled there.
It's honestly, we've never got this opportunity to chat about Damson, really, because it's only in the last ever episode of the campaign. So, no, it's great to get that now. And I'm imagining this. I know it won't be possible. Well, anything's possible. But if Damson could be with Cricket and Halvar, be the quicker and the even quicker.
Oh, yeah.
That would be unbelievable.
The quickest. Yeah, she's
And
definitely
actually,
the quickest.
it felt like that, like the understanding of where that name comes from. Damson and the damselfly and the mistake, and then the bravery.
Her whole, like,
She
she
just
was
stuck up
willing
for
to
you.
put her identity on the line to make him not feel bad. And that was when they were 3, you get your name day at 3 years old in this Grum culture.
So you were 25, technically.
Younger than that.
I'm taking the piss.
I was trying to work out. I was like, shit, what have I done? But yeah, that's why I did it. And me and Jack spoke about the choice for her not to be in the trial, and I really I was shocked. I expected her to be there, but I really enjoyed it. And then for him to see her at the end, again, a gorgeous choice by Ben. And I think I wanted to make the scene feel different to the one before. And I think it's one of these things that transcends words. So I just made the choice to not say anything, but just be with her for as long as he could.
And that kind of got through to Tony when you were against all odds.
Sorry.
Because,
Yeah.
but when we think about Tony and how hard it must have been for Tony to ever see the light and the reason here, because everything was stacked against her, and she still did. That's why it's so inspirational, I think. But it's not on your own. It's people like Enola who help, and Willow, of course, and then these two. But it's like Damson's had an impact on Tony. I think that was a lovely choice, and it just highlighted the potential for what feels like a blossoming sibling relationship between Willow and Tony. I don't know if that feels like that for you, but then with a lot of sibling relationships, we get to a point of maturity where it is actually healthier to be distant rather than together. These two have been together for a long time for different reasons. I want you to both sum up how important it is for each of them to separate and why that will actually make them healthier, and also their relationship might be healthier as a result.
I think Tony's, I said this at the end of the campaign, Tony's whole life has been either like written for her, basically, or like she's constantly been trying to prove herself to other people, and there's always been some sort of ulterior motive going on or thing in her way that she can't get past. It feels like and where we left her, it really does feel like she's free and she can, like, really just take the time to make her own choices about her life now. Like, she's not being told to do anything by anyone. She's not trying to get revenge or trying to prove herself in order to get any sort of power. Like, this is the first time that she'll just be like, wow, okay, like I can actually do what I want to do. What do I want to do? And I think it's so important for her to go off and experience that. I think she'll still be sending to you every single day. Like, all of the Dawn Takers, I think she will regularly send to. But I think, you know, Willow was such a massive part of her journey. I think she was like the only person she really felt like truly loved her for a very long time, other than him. So yeah, but I think it's so important now for her to go and live, and
Live,
just
girl.
figure
Yes.
it out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. More on that in a moment,
Yeah.
actually. But Willow, what about for you?
Why it was important for them to separate.
Yeah.
Willow can't help Tony through this.
No.
She hasn't got the capacity to. I think to help someone out of situations like this, you have to have the ability to be able to empathize with every part of the situation.
Yeah.
And be able to sit and remember the good as well as the bad. Dalagar is the worst thing in her life and the person that has taken the most from her and
Sure.
has caused the most trauma. So although she can be there with Tony to hurt and get back at him, take her out on the lash, get her to get Tinder, like she can be that person. She can't be the person to weep the loss of the boyfriend because he's a horrible human being to her. And I think Willow knew that.
Yeah.
So Willow can't give Tony what she needs, which is what Willow always tries to do, is give people what they need, but she can't. So that's why I'm glad that Enola was there, because I think Enola can be that, because Enola can at least understand the infatuation and the appeal. But for Willow, there is no appeal. So she can't be that for Tony. So that was an end to their relationship until Tony gets over it. And Willow gets over it.
Exactly.
Because Willow's
as
also
well
got to let it go.
Yeah,
Get
for
over it.
Willow herself, what's the benefits to come now for this? Because as much as you're right, like I agree with that, but I'm sure this will have had an effect on Willow as well along the way. And it's like, is there a weight off Willow now?
Yes. Yeah.
An opportunity for a different future.
Well, yeah, but she thought, like, the trajectory that I thought I was going to play leading up to Moonwater was going to be basically saying goodbye to these three, because as far as Willow was concerned, she was dead, and she didn't know about the ritual. The reason why she started to get so reluctant to going to Moonwater was because she started having things to live for, and she knew that if she went back there, that like an addict, the needs for vengeance would probably spike, and this vision of her pulling down a temple on top of herself, taking everyone down with her, would have happened. So there was no... That's why she got Siggy to make the deal of getting Cricket out, and she didn't really know what this involvement was, but was always trying to empower Tony, because she saw it as, well, you're going to end up not having your god at the end of this, so I'm trying to make you aware that you are good on your own, that you don't need this entity, again not knowing who it was. So I think now that that's not there, I don't think Ben and Willow had the same, like I was saying, all three of these had like a real purpose at the end of the campaign. He was like, I've got to go be a leader, I've got unanswered questions, I need to go find myself. And I think Willow was just, Ben and Willow were like, I have no idea, because this was never an option to either of us. So I need her to live and figure out who she is, away from the identity of the Moonchasers, away from the identity of vengeance, and away from the mess that it was, to figure out what she wants to do. Was that the question you asked?
Yeah, no.
It was, yeah.
I think that's because this had all the potential for a deeply tragic ending. I don't know, had you prepared for that as well? Like, so of course we had.
Just
Go
10
on.
seconds. I phoned everyone quite a lot. I phoned Jack and we were just chatting through. And I was chatting away to Jack and he was like, I never plan for things to go well. I plan for both options. And I was like, imagine if the last episode of the campaign is the one that we live up to our namesake. And
I mean,
we
it
all
could've.
die.
He said that, and I was like,
Honestly,
that would be ridiculously ironic.
If that mass heal,
If that spell hadn't gone off,
through,
yeah,
if he
yeah.
actually succeeded in that counter spell, we were fucked.
Yeah, I had
We were
23 hit
fucked.
points left.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, Dalagar had the answer in his hands the entire time. He was just too blind to see it. If he'd put Tony's life on the line, Willow would have willingly be sacrificed to save Tony. And his plan would have succeeded.
Wow.
But he was playing the wrong cards. But he
Yeah.
had, and it
Your
was
hubris.
It was proven to him in whatever the cleric effect was. Willow wasn't playing a game at that point. She was stopping everyone from hurting Tony because she didn't want Tony to die, and she was willing to die to make sure that she didn't die. And that would have happened to the end of the campaign.
Yeah.
So it could have been very traumatic. Because I think if he'd have played that card, which he didn't, obviously because he did love her, Willow would have then pushed all of you guys away and said, no, Tony needs to live. This needs to happen. Sorry for the world you're about to live in.
Yeah, that's good.
What would have been a really interesting storyline is if Dalagar had chosen to take Siggy on as a follower. You know, when he appeared to Tony when they were praying together.
Yeah.
And then seduces Siggy to try and sacrifice Willow whilst threatening you. That would have been a really good way of doing it, Jack, but you didn't think of that, I
I'll take notes.
Siggy would have fell for that hook, line, and sinker.
It was also like so kind of touch and go in the moment because I think I said this in roll credits, but Tony would have hit Willow again if Cricket hadn't have hit her.
Yeah.
in the
Oh,
arm
yeah.
with
One
a dagger.
away then, yeah.
And
I
then
thought
that
about
was one away. And if Tony didn't have enough of a not enough of a reason, because killing Willow isn't very nice, and obviously that's enough of a reason, but
Yeah. She's
You know,
wrapped up
Enough
in
to
the-
break you out
enough
of it.
to break her out
Yeah.
of it by that fourth hit.
We'd be done.
I have a question for you, actually. Did you think, in your frame of mind, did Tony think that she was just going to get a little, couple of drops out of Willow and that would be it?
She did say,
Because that was the impression that
please, I
got.
just need her blood.
Yeah.
She was like, I just need her blood, and there was a point where I was like, I will heal her after it, or I'll find. I think she was just convincing herself
Yeah,
what
yeah.
she
Oh,
knew
yeah.
was a
100%.
lie.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
she knew that Willow wasn't surviving this, but she was like, no, please, I've done all of this. Like, please, just let me fucking do it. I'll figure out a way later. We'll make it okay, but just let me do it.
We'll fix this later. Interesting.
But I do have a question for Jack.
Ooh.
In this, you asked me to ask you in the campaign wrap up. Why didn't he puppet me?
It sort of ties into the fact that he never manipulated you.
Right.
He would never see himself. Sorry. Yeah, I will rescind my previous statement.
I was like, right, yeah, you had me back again.
Gallagher was never a manipulator. He did nothing wrong.
I forgot the campaign was over then. I was
I will
like,
go on record to say Dalagar is a fucking awful character. He did everything wrong. I don't condone his actions. But Dalagar never actively moved you across the
Yes.
board.
Yeah.
In this game of chess that he was playing with the other gods, he never moved you. You always had to move of your own volition. As much as he would tip you,
Yeah.
almost to the
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
he would never technically do it himself.
Yeah.
And then combine that with the love that he had found for you, he would never have manipulated. He was striking down Kateri because she was
Yeah,
pissed
man.
at you,
Yeah.
and they were helping him. That is the point of power drunk, love blinded, divine hubris that he had got to at that point. It was it was where the intellectual mastery of Dalagar broke, and the mania behind finally shone through.
I dread to think what he would have done to Siggy then if I had.
He would have had strings all fucking over you.
That my original. If I had done what my plan was and just like grappled and prone Tony, I dread to think what he would have done to Siggy.
Yeah, no, that would have been full force.
I will say one of my favorite parts of the battle was the way we saw the stakes for all the NPCs as well, like seeing Katiri's decision to turn on Tony, seeing Dalagar's decision to harm Katiri. I was like, this, like, everyone is on the end of their lifeline here.
Yeah.
This was like, it felt high stakes for us, obviously, because we're in like, if you know, mechanically we're in endgame, but like narratively, like
Willow's
we
life
had
is
all
right
got there, but you could see the stakes were just the same for the other side because they were bickering and infighting to try and get this done. It was great.
I'm
It was really
glad.
cool. I enjoyed that.
I've just had a dark thought, Jack. Going back to the Battle of Thrin.
Yes.
Now we know the connection with Zenva.
Yes.
To the Tony. Obviously, in that battle, Antonio went down.
Oh my god, yeah.
And then it was that when Tony then saw Avery.
Yes.
So are they still in cahoots there, Zenva and Dalagar? And the point was Tony was not in danger. Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Sorry,
going.
mate.
I'm
But
going-
there is
Thank you.
relevance
No,
to
killer, though.
the.
That
I
was
was
great.
worried.
No,
It was
no.
Corlix at Thrin.
It was Corlix
Yeah,
at Thrin. It was Zenva in Leatherforth. But
You've come.
in that moment,
Fucking
that was when Avery won favour back with Dalagar. Because Dalagar, again, cannot reach down and just click his fingers. He has to be asked to save Tony. And so he almost tipped the scales, but technically didn't do anything. He went to Avery and was like, you will be back in my favour if you ask of me to save one Antonia Winterthorn. Avery immediately was like, well, if I'm back in your favour,
God,
I will
he's such a
ask
snake.
anything of you. So Avery asked Divine Intervention Styly to get you back,
He succeeded.
and thus he was able to click his fingers and
Avery's a better cleric.
bring you back.
Interesting though.
It
but
wasn't the prayer.
It's interesting though because that I asked for that.
Yes.
Siggy asked for that.
Sorry, yes. Siggy asked for Tony to be brought back.
Well,
Dalagar, the only... You weren't a follower of Dalagar, so you mechanically could not cast Divine Intervention.
Yeah.
But Sigismund opened the door enough for him to be like, okay, you can't ask me, but I've been invoked enough that I can go to the person who can ask me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So,
Open negotiations.
yeah,
I see.
it's
I see.
more open negotiations. Sigismund definitely brought Dalagar into the fold,
Yeah.
but Sigismund not being a cleric,
Yeah.
in
can't
the
cast-
mechanics of it all, can't cast Divine Intervention.
Yeah.
So he needed to go to the only person who could, and it was you who prompted that, because you, in that moment, said, Jack, I don't know if this has any, like, resonance. I don't know if that has any consequence, but, like, my father, I was like, thank you so much. And in that moment, I was like, Dalagar can go to your father and win favour back and then get that done. So that was why. So although it was
Okay.
Corlix in
Yeah,
Thrin,
yeah.
that does still link to the fact that...
I can only apologize.
No,
I know, I'm so sorry.
It's not the first time he's done it to you either.
No, he's right to do it. He's right to do it. I want to go back to episode 1. Woo! And we found Tony and Willow had been travelling for 3 Lexanoths from Jorgen to Dolomos.
yes.
Jurgen.
We've been together for what? I can't remember now.
Been maybe longer, yeah.
Yeah, longer cycle.
Maybe you've been travelling 3 months with Daniela.
Yeah, for 3. Yeah.
And I'm just so interested what those 3 months would have been like. Like, what was the and we know the first moment between, well, you've described it before as like you're having a good time.
Do you want to know the truth?
Yeah, I want to know it all. Like,
So, okay, I want to know it all.
yeah. And is Daniela someone I need to worry about as well? Is she
No,
working
not
on
at all.
behalf of Dalagar? No, okay, carry on.
She just wasn't very fun.
Nothing.
Yeah.
She wasn't very fun. She was very boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that much.
I think they would have been best friends at that point. Like,
Yeah.
But I mean, Tony was like actively looking for Willow on instructions.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, like when she found you, she knew roughly where Willow was heading on the path. I think I remember like
You were told that there was somebody traveling east.
Yeah.
You needed to travel west, and through enough little nudges,
Yeah.
you would collide.
And then when Tony saw you, he was like, protect her. And then that's when you came over to her and she was like,
You came
sure.
over to her.
Or either way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think at that point, yeah, they would have just been like besties.
And it went from you two deciding who would speak first with a game of rock, paper, scissors, which Kendall used rock to win, and then we ended up in the final episode. Your god was just throwing rocks at everyone.
Burn rocks!
It was all a metaphor
that.
from episode one. I'm open for you guys to ask some questions to each other. I've got plenty more, but if you've got anything, I can see it in your eyes. Sigismund.
I have a few things. We're just going to completely 180 the subject here. I would love if you are able, Jack, to tell us what might Siggy's OG Drenger have been up to during the course of this campaign.
Well, yeah, because we weren't allowed.
weren't
my
allowed to.
first thing, I was like, I'm playing one of Siggy's Drangers in the
during-
Alcira.
I did the same thing.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
Alcira arcs, I was like, Jack, can I play, in each of the episodes, I wanted to play one of Siggy's Drenger, the OGs. But Jack was like, I'm so sorry, they've
all
got their own...
They're actually not there.
The one thing he did tell me was that they are all on their Fertsider, so they're doing their own.
They're doing bits.
Yeah.
Thing. They're doing bits.
we were.
But I want to know what they were doing and where they are, because I was really looking forward to maybe meeting one of them in the campaign.
But we
it's
didn't. Magnus dead, Thingy dead, Thingy dead. Oh, am I jumped into your brain again?
A little bit.
Jack, if any of them are dead, I'm divorcing you.
Magnus
Magnus, the biggest one.
never returned to the Vard.
Oh no.
He found a husband and a family in a city on the border of Esheim. A city called Baralakisht.
Baralakish.
So if you'd have scryed on Magnus, you would have seen him and his husband and...
Do it now.
He barely fucking... He barely made it. Yeah, but like, if he was traveling south on his third student, he didn't even leave Esheim.
No,
he went
found
into that
love
city. He found...
when
he
you
found
find
his
a hot
person.
gay man, you cling on to it.
Absolutely right.
And Magnus is apparently a hot gay man. I did not put that in his backstory, but
You gave
I'm
me
all for
like
it.
kind of what they are about,
Yeah.
but like that's it. And I was
Yeah,
like,
Magnus. Go on.
again,
This
I was
guy,
trying to
he's
twist
hot
things, so
and
I was
gay.
like, this guy's. You gave me. He's a big guy. He's muscle bound. All of this sort of stuff. So I was like, to me,
He's
as
a
a
joke.
straight guy, they feel characteristically heterosexual, stereotypically heterosexual. So let's twist it and let's
make
make
him
him
gay. Yeah.
gay
Definitely
because
marry
Dewi
him.
will appreciate that.
thanks, appreciate it.
I
You're
can just
welcome.
Magnus. I can just imagine Magnus like leaving his cedar,
Magnus.
waving everyone by, walks down the street, and literally doesn't even get to the
Hot
end of the
guy.
road and goes,
There's someone chopping wood. Like,
yeah.
God damn!
God damn.
I feel like
And
Magnus
thus marks the last step of my third season.
It
Magnus
lasted 2
would
minutes.
definitely marry like a skinny little twink as well, 100%.
Jack, is that in the notes?
I
guys, if we do this for every single drinker, we're going to be here for hours.
We're gonna be here for hours. Carry on.
With through.
Don't you worry, the next three are very easy.
didn't know. Dead, and dead.
Sola, Injal, and Grunhild all tried to slay a white dragon, and they failed.
No!
They
Because you got
are,
some extra spaces on your drinker.
they are all dead.
They were like some of my favorites.
I'm really sorry.
Like,
Ninja
did.
was a non-binary druid. Not so, no. So I can't remember.
I care about them
No,
so much, but I don't
Sorry,
know who they are.
no. Idun was the non-binary druid.
Yes.
That's some more spaces for drinker.
I don't care about that. I can have as many as I want. George, do you want to be my drinker?
Yes.
You will have to die facing a white dragon.
I'll think about
Why
it.
would why the fuck would they do that? Fucking idiot.
They wanted a story. And unfortunately,
I took down 2. They should have let me know.
you did have the rest of the Dawn Takers, though.
Yeah, I know. Idun, Sola, and Injal.
No, Sola, Injal, and Grunhild.
Grunhild.
Idun helped
Idun.
combat a wave of illness within the city of Gredinvir, felt fulfilled by helping people with his knowledge of medicinal plants, and got them through a particularly harsh frost break.
Ah, yay. So they're still alive.
Such a cool
So
story.
they are still alive.
Okay, awesome.
Renaya, you saw,
Yeah.
was back with the Vardy. Obviously, Frigga and Olaf back with the Vardy. So
Are your parents your Drenger?
No.
no, sorry, these are the important people in.
Right, okay.
That doesn't count, Dewey.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, so of
hanging
your
out with my
Drenga,
friends. That's your
Renaya,
Mom, Dad.
Idun,
My friends.
and
Turns
Magnus.
And Magnus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Renaya, Idun, and Magnus. They are the only surviving Drenga.
Who are we casting as Magnus, guys?
I'm still
Magnus
Alan
surviving.
Richardson.
Surviving.
Oh,
Alan
so sorry.
Richardson.
Sans the Dawn Takers. The OG,
Yeah, yeah.
the
No,
OG,
The OG
Drenga.
Drenga. Alan Richardson.
Is he the Jack Reacher guy
For
from,
the third time.
You said it.
Jack Reacher.
from the Amazon
Google
Prime?
it.
Yeah, I see that. I see that.
My phone's on airplane mode at the moment.
Can I ask a question?
By all means.
I don't know if you have an answer for this, but when Dalagar looked down upon something in his realm, what was he looking at?
Dalagar, being an entity outside of time, is looking at all of the possibilities that could come about.
Oh shit!
About.
He's musing over all the things that he can see and doesn't know which one it is.
Was there a reason that you did that at specific moments, or was it just some flavor?
No, I think as your quest went on, he became more certain of certain eventualities, and thus was looking forward at, because all he's looking at is to Moonwater. He's looking at that point. After that, he
my
doesn't care. So he's looking right up into that point, and as that point comes closer and closer and closer, all of the threads start to converge onto that one point. So he's becoming more and more sure that this is going to happen. And so,
But then,
then the Dawn Takers. And I would have gotten away with it.
Hey, Roz.
Always watch. Not to swing it back to Siggy again, but I'm
Go
going
on.
to ask you.
This is the time.
I feel like the keepers really want to know this, right?
Oh, we have keeper questions as well. Do we want to do this after keeper questions in case we...
George has a structure.
Yeah,
I'm
he does. I'm
assuming.
so sorry.
Save the best till last.
Take my feelings out of it. Would you have let Siggy and Reggie end up together?
No.
Sorry, guys.
Follow account just goes.
Yeah, I know.
Unsubscribe.
He
unsubscribe,
kills-
Unsubscribe.
I didn't think Reggie was really into Siggy.
No.
I don't.
Yes, I
think
knew
Siggy-
it.
Reggie was always taking a... I'm done! I know, I'm so sorry. I know what this is going to do to them, but I have to be honest.
It's not them, it's this one. You won't worry
Yeah,
about.
fair.
She's responsible.
Reggie was
Furious.
always so happy to be pissing you off, pissing and toying.
I mean, I'm
with.
happy to piss as well, so I get it. Finally, I relate to Reggie.
to be pissing. Just
Just
they
Siggy's
drink
not into
lot.
water.
You know, when you're just there, you're having a piss, and you're like, do you know what? I'm just so happy to be doing this right
every
now.
day's a
So
gift.
happy to be pissed.
Anyway, Reggie was always so happy to be pissing you off or toying with you because they don't get to do that. They had never been in a position, not only were they working with the target of one of their previous contracts, but they had been hired by a target of their previous contracts to then go and assassinate someone who hired them on one of their previous contracts. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they were squeezing every drop of juice out of it. They would never, however, have entangled themselves with you, because at that point, that's commitment, and
The money's too good.
No,
definition, and
The
they
money's
were
too
like,
good.
Okay.
no, I'm going back to my job.
Yeah.
But never.
Fair.
Okay.
No,
not
the
like
answer is-
commitment forever and ever. We're together forever.
End up together to
No.
me says a little bit
No, but
more than
like-
just.
Okay,
But
okay.
like,
To
okay, but
appease
not end
Kendall,
up together. But they
to
would
appease
like,
Kendall, they might have had a little fumble.
Come
We
on,
don't need to
come
appease
on.
Kendall.
No, but because it's real.
Kendall, if you need me to, I will come over there and hold you by the hand whilst I say this.
You
I'll do it.
lie.
I'll do it.
You.
Nope.
My God, she's more devastated about this than when she
Sometimes,
she's gotta kill
Kendall,
Willow.
enemies don't become lovers.
Lies.
They just remain enemies.
That's bad. That's not good. That's not interesting. No.
Maybe have a quick fumble.
Well,
with
I
the
know
sword.
what your character revelation is going to be in campaign 2, because if this is the response it elicits, oh damn, drama. No, Reggie would
That's
not end up with Siggy. I'm
Incorrect.
so sorry,
No.
guys, but
Too
that's
strong.
too. It's too much for them. They were like, I'm happy getting this amount of enjoyment, and as attractive as they might have found you, they can get that shit somewhere else.
Yeah.
Siggy was, and this is nothing on Siggy, but Reggie's very talented. They can get into a lot of places. There's not a lot they can't get somewhere else.
Okay, Reggie and Tony.
There are less past connections with Tony, so that's more possible, but very unlikely.
Derek,
You know
do you
what?
see how quickly she chucked you to the side
Yeah,
there?
Yeah.
Just
how
remember
quickly
that.
she abandoned
Tony
me.
and Kendall suddenly very
You know what?
similar.
Siggy,
Get
onto that car.
You know what? Siggy deserves better from
Yes,
and
agreed.
She has always,
So-
he's always deserved better.
100%. He's going to marry Babs. Fuck it.
Babs has got Halva.
Yes, I want that to happen.
That was that. I yet again on a phone call. I shipped.
You
How-
told that to me, and you said that, and as soon as you said those words, I was like, how have I not seen that? That is beyond
That was
perfect.
great.
So I will say to you right now, I don't know what will happen to Babs and Halvar, but that was being set up.
Yeah.
Oh, 100. Yeah.
But
Someone,
also-
someone did say Babs and Patrick, and
No.
Nah, Patrick's dead.
No.
she
That
is
would
dead.
have been huge.
Isn't
That would have
Patrick
been
dead?
huge.
Lovely
That
man.
would have been.
I thought
He's also
Patrick was
gay.
dead.
I was going to say he's
Pretty
gay.
gay, but the personality types.
Yeah.
Patrick's
Yeah.
dead.
What do you mean?
Patrick's dead.
Yeah, we know that.
Oh right.
I just said he's dead.
Yeah, Caitlin and Patrick.
It's got to be Tony and Ishmael.
Tony and Ishmael.
Thank you.
Let's go.
That was. So
I don't know though, because
we-
Organa's writing some great Tony Kenrick fanfics
I don't
right
give a
now.
fuck. Enemies to lovers doesn't have to be the only way to love.
But it's the best.
So,
My lady.
whatever Tony's
Antonia.
episode was aired
Oh, God.
before we finished the
Like, I
campaign.
hate
I think it was like the night before we were doing the final thing, and I said to Kendall came around to watch herself, and I was like, oh yeah, let's watch it, and I was already watching it, and I was like,
I ran to
yes, you did. And I was like, oh, I figured out Tony's ending. And I was like, I have no context. We hadn't got to any of the reveals yet, but I was like, I know Tony's ending. And I was like, she's going to go find Ishmael, and they're going to go on a quest together.
pilgrimage.
And then the next time we see Tony, she's going to be like, so,
Hey.
hey guys.
Hey guys, it's like, how's it going? I did have a question though. I was like, what would Ishmael think of Tony doing all the sacrilege stuff, especially with like Qualero? Like, would he like
It's your business, bro.
I've got a question.
poetry?
Fucking love Ishmael, man.
Just you're fine. Just I don't
Do you
have
want me
to.
to tell you where I buried the box?
No, you're fine. It's your journey. We're all on a journey. Sometimes there's paths that lead us astray. As long as you find your way back, and that's what you're doing right now. That's all that matters.
Sounds like fucking bullshit to me.
No, that's poetry.
Poetry. Poetry.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Would Ishmael believe
More questions about Ishmael.
the high cleric that because she doesn't technically know
Yeah.
that Antonia did what she did. She
so-
guessed. Would
so-
Ishmael believe the high cleric that it was Antonia?
He'd believe that she believes it.
I don't know what I was expecting, but I shouldn't be surprised it's that. That's
I'd probably
beautiful.
talk to Tony and find
Yeah.
out what her perspective is.
Love that.
Yeah, I did that.
Kenrick would.
Kenrick would.
Kenrick would believe her.
That's
The high
why they're
cleric.
enemies to lovers.
I will hunt her down for you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you for
Slay
that.
that little tiefling.
I got a question.
You two and your fanfics, man.
It's good, man. Sorry.
It is good.
Continue, Ben.
Oh God, I love you.
How many years did cricket get back?
What?
Do you want to know him?
Yes.
Do you want to know him?
Yeah.
Do you all want to know him?
Yeah.
I mean, I know.
Well, you know
so,
that.
wait,
Do you
so
wanna know, Jack?
it was
I would love to
how
know.
it was from when he left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we met him. He was age 32. He then aged up 5 years. So he was age 37. After the boon of the heart. Thank you very much. Oh yeah. After the boon of the heart, he is 29.
Oh, so it's not even that much.
Are you kidding? 3 years to a grung's fucking massive.
Yeah, it's huge.
So he was 29 when he left.
So she gained 8 more years with him.
Yeah.
That's a lifetime.
Which is like almost a fifth of his life.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know whether there was going to be some sort of boon coming to Willow at the end of her arc. I didn't know, because if she was tied to the gods in any way, I didn't know if there was going to be something like that. But I think she would have always rejected it and tried to trade it for more years anyway. But I think when you got given that as it was, I was like, I'll take that choice off because it's fine. That's
So
That's
cute.
really cute. 29.
29.
29.
That's new girl.
And also, by technicality, he was given back the years, but he is still his current age, and so he will age past the maximum limit for grungs. So at the end of his lifetime, cricket
Oh, yeah.
will be the oldest
He's lived
grung
longer.
in
Yeah.
modern history.
And
If
Willow
not,
will make sure that everyone knows
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
It will be legend across
It's going to be
the
in
land.
Siggy's stories and whatnot.
Well, he'll have no idea what's going on because technically he was like, I've lived for 32 years, but I'm 37.
Yeah.
And now he's like, I've still lived for 32 years.
But I'm 37 and I'm gonna be 53, and oh no.
Up to like however many years later, Cricket's like, please can we stop? I'm the oldest grung there's ever been.
It's enough, Willow. I don't know what's going on. It's enough.
We don't live this long.
Help me!
It's a little depressing fun fact.
Go.
To get into the accent of Siggy, what I would usually do is like narrate stuff in the car on the way here. And the other day, for some reason, I decided to do Cricket's eulogy.
For no reason.
Do it now!
Let's
I
hear
was
it.
just like, oh no, I
No, wait,
come
say
on,
it-
you
say
can't
the
drop
one we
a
do his
ball like
funeral
that.
episode.
I think I improvised it a little bit.
Vito going into that emotion.
Yeah, even I wouldn't make him
I've
do
already
that.
had to do grief enough with Willow.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh no, I mean I
That's
improved
wild.
it, so I can't really remember it. But it was.
Was it
there
sad?
Yeah, it was pretty. It was pretty sad,
course.
but like heroic. It was
Good.
like, you know, here lies the bravest man I ever met, etc.
Can't believe you put yourself through that.
I don't know. I was just like, what's going to happen in like 50 years when we have to reunite the Dawn Takers to bury Cricket?
That's a new level.
50 years. Willow's been carrying the corpse
It's
for
10.
10 years. Sorry,
10 years.
So
I'm bad at math.
There's a
sad.
new level of
10
catastrophizing when you don't
years.
imagine what might go wrong in your own life, but in your D&D character's life.
Yeah.
Willow was like, taxidermying him was a good idea at the time, but I feel like I should probably let him go.
Yeah, but why did you
Yeah,
taxidermy
literally
him?
that little guy.
Look, he's just
Why
like
is he
this-
bent over?
You cast animate dead, and there's a minute of him prime. He just goes, all right, okay, we got 52 seconds left. What are we doing? And
Drinking!
then I'm back down.
Oh man.
Put a coin. He's like a jukebox.
Yeah.
That's what he is. There we
Yeah.
go.
He's like a Billy the Bass, just on the wall. Horse lines, where to do.
I have a really fun, silly thing I want to share.
Go on.
Yes.
It was about us creating Dalagar.
Yeah.
And I remember this was like 3 years ago, like at work, when you were trying to figure out what voice to give
Yeah.
him. And he was trying this is so stupid. He was trying to figure out like who I'm attracted to, right? You were asking me like who I'm attracted to. For that birthday, I went to Disneyland Paris. And I had my photo with Darth Vader. And I'm looking at Darth Vader like I am in love with this
Can we
man.
put that photo
You
in
can
now?
put the photo in now.
Thank you.
Honestly,
because I
the photo is...
I
everything.
If you're ever worried about Tony, you should be worried about Kendall in this photo. My
It's
gosh.
sublime.
Like, I'm looking at him, like, I'm so in love with him. I was like, I had to buy it. So then that happened, and then that's the birth of the voice, I guess. But the fun thing
Seriously?
is...
I know, I
my
shit thee not.
God.
That I remember that conversation. I was like, Kendall, I really hope this isn't inappropriate, but if we're looking at a potential for love to be there at some point,
love my
can you
boy
give me
Anakin.
like some archetypes of characters that you're attracted to?
What would you have done if
Darth
Jack,
Vader,
if
Scar
like
from
the
the Lion
first dream
same
that
voice.
Tony had on stream, if
just
Jack
the
had just
breathing.
come in going,
Oh, it's not. It's close. Should have said Mufasa.
never mind.
I said, I accidentally said Scar. I think it's Mufasa.
sexy as
But I
hell.
was like Darth Vader, Scar from the Lion King.
Scar gay as
Same
hell,
voice.
man.
Yeah, but then I just thought it was...
I fucked it badly.
I just thought it was really funny that like then all of the like aftermath in the campaign came of like Tony going on this weird like Anakin journey, like dark side journey that was really cool. And then I messaged Jack the other day and I was like, this is not how I expected it to go, but in the end, Dalgar was Anakin, Tony was Padme, and Willow was Obi-Wan in Revenge of the Sith. And I never thought that would be the arrangement of how we were.
That was not
Cricket was
how I
R2D2
wrote it,
coming out the shit.
just for reference.
Oh my god, could Siggy be Chewie?
Because yeah,
Halvar
thought-
Han
I-
Solo. Because he's Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Cricket not be Han Solo? Certainly.
I said, you know, when the ship
Cricket's
opens on
Yoda.
Mustafar and Padme's there, and then R2D2 comes out from behind Padme and he's like, "You!" That's Cricket.
But it was just funny because I always thought that, like, well, I knew this was happening with him getting the voice from Darth Vader. But then I always thought that, like, Dalgar was Palpatine. And Tony was Anakin in the way that things were happening. But yeah, that's just a fun little fact is I am obsessed with Anakin Skywalker.
That might be the revelation of the day.
What would you have
And,
done if
yeah.
I'm going to say this again because everyone was losing their
Sorry,
minds,
go on.
but I thought it was really funny. Like, what would you have done if Jack, the first time we see Dalagar on stream, if you come out going,
Do you really want to know?
I do now.
Jack's autism was like, yes, I will. Yes, Darth
Commit to
Vader.
the
I will get that nailed.
I can get it done.
I am always with you.
That's mad because I had a fucking masked guy in my backstory.
oh yeah?
Yes, the masked man. What?
Are they the same?
Darth Vader, strange mask, back in the game.
You just wait for campaign 3. It's gonna be spicy.
Okay, Jack, you mentioned some of the keeper questions.
God, yes.
I'm so sorry. We'll get to the keeper questions in just a moment, but there's a question from these guys that has not come up that I have been betting would come up, and I
Okay.
think it's because they've forgotten it. And I don't blame them. But may I?
I've forgotten everything.
Ask yourself a question.
Answer
Yes.
the question. What?
Yeah,
Only because this has been asked of me already.
Yeah.
And I promised you would get it in the campaign wrap-up.
Yes, okay, that's cool. Yeah.
On the way to Leatherforth.
Wait.
The
Okay, carry on.
giant bones.
Giant circle? Giant
No,
bones.
Giant Bones was from Tilly
I don't know.
Rellaroll.
Okay.
Level
But it
4.
is to do with bones.
The bones.
Oh, the dinosaur! No, the big skeleton next to Fort
dinosaur?
Kinevin.
Yeah.
There's a big skeleton.
In the river.
Yeah.
And you asked me,
What the fuck is it?
and I was like, I'm not going to tell you. You were like,
Yeah.
if we promise not to go back, I was like, you'll get it in the campaign wrap-up.
Okay.
Holy
If
shit.
you'd have dug it up
Yeah.
and made successful nature checks, Willow would have got 2 extra wild shapes.
Whoa!
A Triceratops and a T-Rex.
You've made dinosaurs
Dun,
count.
dun,
I know what I could have
dun,
had.
dun, 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 dun.
I gave you that choice. You all walked away, so that is all on you. I gave you apt amount of time. I tried to shove you towards it. It is out of my hands.
Fuck's sake. All I needed to do was Siggy Diggy Hole.
Yes, indeed.
Man, that's wild.
We were being sneaky, man. We were.
You were
sneaky,
being
yeah.
sneaky,
We
and it was
were.
a great choice.
And none
but
of you suffered, bar me.
you're only suffering now because you now know what you didn't have.
Yeah.
But you
imagine,
didn't know that before.
imagine, like you could have stormed the gates instead of Siggy. Just rammed him down as a Triceratops.
That was true.
There's a lot of
even
fun that
without
could be
the-
had.
Dinosaur
But she's a dragon now.
She is a dragon.
She's
the dragon.
She's the.
She is the dragon. And if Kevin's the MVP and Kevin comes from her, well,
She's the MVP.
George said it.
I didn't say it. I'm just saying.
George said it.
There's a... Right, get these phones out.
Oh,
Jack
phones.
and Kendall. And what I want you to do, Jack, I'll start with you. You have to ask a question of your choice from the fan questions. Thank you for them all. They're brilliant. Just like at the Q&A of the live show. You're going to ask one of these four. It's up to you who you ask.
Okay, I think there's only one that I can really ask.
All right, they mainly might be for you, yeah. But then hand the phone to Dewi.
Yeah.
He'll ask someone else.
If you could go back and tell your Session Zero self one thing, what would it be?
Don't play multi-class.
Wait, I wasn't listening.
And go on, give us a shout out for who asked the
was
question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, this is A Tale of Two Yarns. Hi, lots of love.
Brilliant.
A Tale of Two Yarns asks, if you could go back and tell your Session Zero self one thing, what would it be?
Myself, not my character. Myself.
Do you know what?
I'll go dealer's choice, either or.
Myself.
I'll say myself, and genuinely, this is no reflection on what you did with my backstory.
Go.
I would tell myself to not play a face character who's wanted for murder. What a stupid idea. But it became an amazing storyline. And
I
it's
think you
beautiful,
should
so I
have
am
always
proud.
played a face character who is wanted for murder. That is the best juxtaposition because
An
we
excellent
don't
point,
like
yeah.
you said, you're not a min-maxer.
No.
So therefore, you would certainly be playing a face character who is wanted because then you can't do what you are meant to do.
There you go.
I like that, Ben. Thank
So
you very
change
much.
your fucking answer.
No regrets. All right. Don't play multiclass.
No!
Sorted. Right, moving on.
Screw Ben's thing. Play multi-class.
Go on, pick. Wait.
There is another
We all have to
photo as
answer
well.
now.
Oh, yeah.
Are we
Are
all
we all
answering?
into it?
Okay.
I think we're asking one each. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
Hold it there, though. I want to get everyone's answer for
Yeah.
Toby's like, I've answered.
I'm done. Now I'm.
Pass me the phone. What do I do?
I did. That's on me. That's on me.
Session Zero. I learned it probably 6 months in. Don't offer to buy coffee for everyone every week.
yeah. That's a mistake.
I don't drink coffee, so
Yeah, that's why I like Ben.
What
No,
about
I'm
you,
joking.
Ben?
I'm joking.
Kill cricket.
Killing. Kendall's gonna do a Scottish accent, so
never
start
mind.
working on your cowboy accent. On you go.
I'll wait.
Ben's really bad at
Don't join a
wrestling.
company with these guys. No, I'm going to answer seriously. I think I really loved what I did. I loved the concept of Willow's story. I didn't put enough work into grounding her into the world. We've had lots of chats about this. The way that I'd written Willow, nothing about the world really fed her. The only thing that fed her was this. And because it was such a closed, unseen by God divine intervention thing, there wasn't much information I could gain from that. So there was periods of time where I was like, oh, I don't really know what I'm doing with Willow because I'm not getting anything from this and I hadn't put in the work to be fed off of the world.
It's not. I will come to your defense and say that that's not the only reason. We didn't know. I didn't plan for that arc to be the finale. I knew it might be a possibility, but like 2 or 3 arcs in, I didn't think it was going to be possible. And we also, like, we didn't know how much time we were going to have.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
I will say it's not necessarily the work that you put in.
No, but it is the work that I put in. I didn't put in enough work to ground the character. I had the story, I had what I wanted to do, but I didn't ground it, and I had to do a lot of work throughout the campaign to ground Willow, I think, and these guys were fundamental in that, and the relationships that we built. I think you'll see episode 59 is when I made a big change with that and onwards, and that's when I was right, I need to do this. But I think what I would say to Session Zero Ben is what I've said to Session Zero Ben for this campaign is make them really, really 3-dimensional. Like what my character, if they are going to they're going to the store, and they have no interest in going to the store, what would they look out for? Like, what is that thing that if it was there, they would rush over? Or, if they're sitting down in a field, what is something that would catch their eye, that would just feed me internally, and that's what I would say. But I've only gained that from doing a campaign without that work. But that's what I would say is just really, really ground them in the world, because it doesn't necessarily mean that your character's the main character, but it just means that you have so much more to feed off of, and everything can enhance your story.
Thank you for that. Love that. Kendall?
I have two, but only because what you've just said has reminded me, and something that I've done for my campaign 2 story is, I think for Tony, her backstory was long. Like, we sat down and we talked about everything, but I think something that I was missing was some of the pivotal conversations in her life. I knew what had happened in the outcome, but I didn't know what was said, and I think I would have loved to have been able to just make more informed decisions with what was said in those conversations, even though it never really would have come up. But I think everything that's happened to these characters is going to inform things that they do, so I just think having as much information as possible is better, hence why my backstory is very long for campaign 2. But I think Tony and Kendall both went on a journey in this with confidence and making decisions and like trusting myself. So I think I just tell myself to trust myself and yeah, just believe in yourself. Still working on it, but I think I would tell young Kendall that.
Also, how would Kendall in Session 0 feel knowing that she achieved something very monumental, that she has only done something for the first time today?
What?
Oh, she's forgotten already.
I feel like we all know what Ben's feeding you.
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah, so I didn't rewear an outfit for the whole campaign.
How would Session 0 Kendall feel?
She would be like, what?
You need to get some clothes on Vinted.
Yeah.
But she'd be like, what? She'd be like, what? You kidding me?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm excited to just not wear the same 3 outfits for an entire campaign, because hopefully I won't be in the middle of a house move, so I'll have access to my full wardrobe.
Nice.
Well, Kendall said she's going to do the opposite of what she's done this campaign.
Do you want to just switch wardrobes?
She's going to wear one outfit and not wash it until it's done.
I would look great in that sweater.
Okay, Kendall, could you choose the next question,
Yes.
please? And who would you like to answer it as well?
So will Ben be choosing one as well?
Yep.
Ooh,
We'll go to
did
Derry.
You choose yours first. And
Oh, I don't know. There's like...
You chose one, though.
I did. I like that one. So Angel of Dawn asked, what is something that you would say to your character if you could?
Ooh. Pete, I'm going to come to you first.
I can either go really silly or really deep.
Deep.
Because you went silly for the last one.
Okay. I'd be like, it's okay, mate.
Oh,
You're okay. You're okay. It's okay. Yeah.
That might do him a lot, actually. That's great. Derry?
Yeah, I could go silly or deep either.
deep.
Deep. I mean, the silly one would be, you're so fucking cool.
Deep.
The deep one would be, I know you joked about it, and it seems strange saying this because I created you, but you are my inspiration.
Zoe.
Don't go into a rage.
Stop.
No, you can.
go into
That's
a rage.
beautiful. Jack, I'm going to come to you in a minute. I want you to think of one for an NPC. Ben? Of your choice.
Dalgar.
That's
What would you say?
Don't trust Tony. She'll turn against you in the final ones.
It's always when I'm about to answer that they all start making jokes to each other. Honestly.
We're giving you the
What would you say, Ben?
ADHD.
I was giving you
listen
time
to
to
the
think.
jokes that I don't
I
think.
get it.
I would say you have no idea who he is because you're in a world, but there's a guy called Ben Fenner who idolizes strong female characters, and he's very proud that you stand in some sort of canon of being a strong female character. And she wouldn't ever think it or believe it or know it, but she is a strong female character, I think.
She is indeed. Do you have one?
God, I would love to give Tony a hug. I would love to just give her a hug. I would just say, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of her. I really am. I'm going to cry. I'm really proud of her.
There is one more thing I would say to Siggy.
Yep.
Nobody wants to hear Callus. Stop banging on.
It would be
Great.
a lie, but you could say it.
What about you, Jack? Is there one for you?
Yeah, but if I may, George, can I say what I'd say to their characters?
Oh my God!
Of course you
I'm going to
can.
go into a rage again. I just know it.
Tony, you are so much more capable than you think you are. Please see what the other people around you see. Willow, it is not fair how much you have suffered, and I am so sorry for that. Ironic. If I wasn't the DM,
Yeah, I know.
I am so sorry
This is
for
Casey.
that. I will hope and pray that you find the peace, the salvation, and the joy that you deserve. Cricket, I am begging you, forgive yourself. It was never your fault. Please stop crucifying yourself, because it is torturous to see someone I love put themselves through that, knowing how little in control it was. And Siggy, you are so incredibly talented. You are so capable. But as you know, you have things to work on. And what I want to instill in you is that that doesn't make you less than anyone. It makes you completely the same. And if you even think about trying to work on that, you are doing more than most. And I love each and every one of you.
That last one sounded like my parent-teacher conference meetings. Where it's like, apply yourself, Siggy.
No, it's, and I don't want to sound
No,
like
I'm joking.
apply yourself, because they all have faults, but for me, Sigismund had such that loyalty, that dedication to defending everyone in a similar way to all of them, but it's like, you're okay. You're not less than because you fucking cast knock sometimes at the like you fucked up. That makes you
was a campaign,
exactly the same as everyone else.
That was beautiful, man. Thank you.
Jeez Louise.
Love you all.
Wonderful. Dewi,
Aye.
do you have a question?
Oh, yeah.
Back to the giggles.
Jackie.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, have my thumb.
Here.
You're welcome.
It's a Jackie's
Yeah.
thumb.
Here, have my thumb.
Here. How many times? It's here.
Yeah.
I am curious about this, so I'm going to ask it of you, Jack, if I may.
Okay then.
I'm going to rephrase the question ever so slightly.
Well, then it's not the question. No, please
Well,
go.
no, it's because
Go.
It's because they got it wrong.
Oh.
So Henriette asks, why was Corlux so interested in the Sumner family that Celine got possessed by an aspect of Corlux?
Yeah.
Yes. Cool. So, in the history of Sadie Ann Sumner's family, a few generations prior, there were lots of elves, and those elves worshipped one of the major pantheon. They were called Statha. Statha has a sister called Elianthra, and the pair of them play a game of chance and fate, with Elianthra embodying chance and Statha embodying fate.
Cool.
Statha tries to tie and weave all the threads of possibility together, and Elianthra keeps Statha guessing.
Halvar said Alianthra's weave as an exclamation.
If he did, I got that wrong. It should be Stather's weave.
Oh, so sorry.
However,
By Stather's weave.
both are very interconnected with between chance and fate.
That's cool.
As the generations pass by, as sometimes people do, they leave faith, and there is nothing inherently wrong with that, and the summoners were not being punished. However, not in direct protection of Stather, Zenva saw an opportunity to prey on these people who were so important to Stather. She is a god of secrets, and with secrets you cannot know the future, and Stather is always trying to know the future and thread it together. Thus, she started to influence the summoners, and thus she sort of preyed upon Sadie's father, but she needed an influence to sort of drive that wedge further, because, as we know, Sadie's father was always like that, but it needed to flourish, it needed to come out, and what better way to do that than cause one of the people that you love to need help in such a drastic way. And so she asked a favour of Corlux, and thus Corlux visited Celine, infested her mind with madness, became an aspect, and thus Sadie's father could then go away, and Zenva could come to him and be like, hey, I can give you power to help your family. And as soon as he accepted, the secrecy took hold, he lost his memory. And that is why. So there you go.
Nice. Very good, Jack. Very good.
They love a favour,
Do you know what?
All the gods, they are all about favours.
And now that you've
Favors
explained
and
that,
choices, big things in this campaign.
now that you've explained that as well, if you think about it, Zenva's the true bad guy of this campaign, because she's been fucking around with your birth, she's been fucking around with them.
No, she's connected to it all, but she only fucked with Tony.
My mom!
Because Gallagher asked it of her.
Ah, okay.
Do you know what I mean?
All right, never mind.
Like, she would not have been involved.
Yeah.
But Gallagher, yeah, we've done that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Brilliant. Okay, Ben, did you have a question that you would like to ask from the fans?
Do the phone.
I'll do these because we just had one from that person.
I know that there was
Seriously, if you guys do want to hear Callus, just let me know.
Yes.
Callus,
Well, I'm
Callus,
sure we'll
Callus,
have to
Callus,
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 Callus.
put down
Callus.
track.
For the players,
For the players!
if you could sum up / express yourself, note your character's personality with a quote, either an already existing one or a quote you come up with yourself, what would it be?
Ooh. This is so annoying. I have a whole note on my phone filled with quotes that I like, but I don't have my phone on me.
That's good. Who said? Who asked that?
That was Fate Master.
Fate Master.
Wait, I'm going to go get my phone.
Someone,
'cause I
Someone
feel
else,
like I
can,
have
someone
to
else can answer first, and then you can get your quote.
I think Tony's would probably be like remember the importance of choice. I think choice has become such
Oh, yes.
a big thing for Tony, and I think we've seen at the campaign that at the end of the campaign that's the first time really that she's been like, oh wait, I am in charge of my own life. Like, I work so hard. Jesus Christ.
That's on me. That's my fault.
Tony worked so hard to living her life for Haverin, and then worked so hard living her life for Dalgar, and I think she didn't have a choice in Haverin. She just did it. She had a choice in Dalgar, but then, everything that happened. And I think, this is the first time, and I think with Siggy's family and everything, I think it all kind of made it clear how important that was to her, and I think going on, that's how she will continue to live her life, is remembering the freedom in choice. And
Lovely.
Do you have one, Pete?
I think so. From a film we watched together.
Oh, it could be one of many.
Could be one of many. less something that cricket lives by, but potentially something that could be said about cricket. There's a dialogue at the end of the movie. I've not said the movie. Cloud Atlas. There we are. You probably know it's
Great
gonna be
movie.
somebody turns to somebody else and says, "What can you do? You're just a drop in the ocean." And the person replies and says, "But what is the ocean but a multitude of drops?" And it's that thing about, like, you don't have to be massive. You can just keep chipping away and you'll get there.
Love that. Love that.
I'll leave it to the Bens to fight for who goes
You go
next.
first.
I have a few. I'm sorry.
Pick one.
Do you need more time to decide?
Well, if I can only pick one, then maybe.
Yes. Do you want me to say something?
Yeah,
Do you have
There's
something?
so
or-
many.
There's so many. Okay, no, I'll choose this one.
Go on.
This is from Sandman, the Netflix show. It's actually really good. But Morpheus at one point says, "Tales and dreams are the shadow truths that will endure when mere facts are dust and ashes and forgot." And I always really like that.
Love that. Poetry.
Poetry.
Ben, is the one for Willow that you've got there?
Do you need more time to decide?
I just can't find it, but so I'll just do it later.
Okay.
I can.
Usually you find it.
yeah.
I can't find it.
I don't necessarily have a quote, but going back to the music thing and stuff, something that became really relevant, the lyrics of the song that was on my art and is in my playlist,
Yes.
Living in the Shadows. I love that song. It's a great song. First heard it on Love, Death and Robots. I was rewatching it like halfway through this campaign, and that song came on. I listened to the lyrics and I was like, this is Dalagar. And I can say that now. So go away now knowing everything and re-listen to Living in the Shadows. It's so poignant because there's lyrics about like
I knew it.
smoke clouding everything. You will never know who the real enemy is. All of this sort of stuff. And I was like, this is Dalagar through and through. It was weird how relevant it became.
Yeah, that's cool.
Got it.
Yes,
Ben.
Go on,
perfect
Ben.
timing.
It's from the finale of season 5 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer,
Of course, of
which
course.
is fitting because Willow is named
yes,
after Willow.
indeed.
And it's cute because she is talking to another character, but it's very fitting because it starts with Dawn.
Ha.
But it says, Dawn, the hardest thing in this world is to live in it. Be brave. Live.
Nice.
And I think
Yeah,
that's
I love
perfect.
Awesome. That's
Simple but
beautiful.
Beautiful.
R.I.P. Michelle Trachtenberg.
Pete, I'm going to come to you to choose the final question
need
from
my
the keepers.
Please thumb me. Lovely. There's a couple I like the look of. Oh, I was going to ask that one, but I might not because we talked about doing something, so I'll leave that.
Totally fine.
And I won't talk about that because I think that's spoilers.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
We've finished the campaign, man.
what is
That's a good one. Here we are. Jack,
Hello.
this is
Who's it from?
by our good friend Alex. Hi, Alex.
Hey, yo.
You will be watching this. What is a part of the storyline that you planned that the DTs never got to?
The drugs in Dolomis.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about the drugs and dollars?
still
Because it's a
have
drugs and
them.
dollars question.
No, because I've got plans for that.
play it,
what
yeah.
what I would really love to do, whether we do it or not, what I would fucking love to do is go back to this continent, back to this country, and see the consequences of all of your actions, both in the campaign and not in the campaign. So the fact that you didn't chase up the drugs, what does that mean? The fact that you didn't go to the Ankeg's nest and clear
what
that
I
out,
said.
what does that mean?
Oh yeah.
Willow blighting a tree, what's the consequence of that? So like there's so many, there's the tower, you never went and visited the tower from Tillerellarolk all the way to from Dolomis to
the pointy
Tillerellarolk,
thing.
the pointy thing in the mountains.
I wanted that tower so bad.
What could that have become? So there's so many bits and pieces that weren't picked up, but that's okay because there are consequences for that, and we will get to explore that in some fashion later on down the line.
Thank
I mean,
you
you called it
so
a garden,
much for all of the fan questions. Any that we didn't get to, maybe I'll be able to get you to go on the Discord and answer them that
I'm
way.
sure
Any that we
you can,
can
yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
They're all brilliant. I'm going to do a couple of quick fires, and then we're going to find out about your predictions.
Quick fire.
And whether they
My
were right
prediction
or
is
wrong.
weak. My prediction is weak.
I think mine is. I
fire.
can't even remember what I
I didn't
wrote.
know what to write. I wrote something really stupid. Anyway,
Pete, I'm going to come to you last on this one.
Okay.
go. Quick
You'll
fire.
know
quick
why,
fire. Quick fire.
because I might reflavor the question for you, but I would like to know your favourite spell that you cast as your character at any point in the campaign. Jack, it can be
Knock.
anything.
Awesome.
I love it.
I'm owning my mistakes.
Yes, baby, that's what we do. Love it.
I would say mass heal just because that was a really cool moment at the end.
Yeah.
Potentially the most important moment.
Could have been a TPK.
I feel like that's going to be tough for you, Ben.
Yeah, lots of cool spells.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
Like it's really cliche, but like Meteor Swarm and rolling all of that was really
That was
fun.
cool.
Really fun. That's got to be up there. I mean, the amount of spells that I've bloody cast is ridiculous. I think a lot of the spells I cast were like combat, so there weren't as I'll have to say Meteor Swarm
Yep,
just
yep,
because
yep.
I was such a damage hole.
Apart from that trace.
Okay.
Just because it's really fun, especially when you have like a rogue in the party, to be able to make them
Yeah.
look so fucking sick by getting the stats up to like 40 and stuff.
Yep.
I
So
thought-
pass that trace.
I thought you
Which
were
I also
saying-
thought, didn't realise it wasn't pass without a trace. Till like, I thought it was that
Really?
until about 15 episodes ago, and then I found out that it's passed without trace.
Yeah.
It's the spell.
You learn something new every day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
sorry.
passed without
Same.
accuracy.
I thought it
Same.
was.
Yeah, it's passed without trace.
It's that Mandela effect.
Yeah.
You think
Oh,
you
no.
think it's so hard that that's what it is, but it's not.
And Pete, for you, I'm going to not ask that. I'm going to say your favourite weapon attack at any point
Oh,
in
yeah.
the
flavour.
campaign.
Okay.
Flavour.
I was ready for spells.
Well, I know. You...
But I was going to say pulling forth the Garistro was...
Okay, good point.
That
Yeah.
was a good spell.
Of
was
course.
cool.
Tap dancing was really cool.
The tap dancing. was
tap
great.
dancing.
I'm tap dancing. Do you know what? I think the. That's really hard. Do you know what? It might be making Tony drop the sacrificial blade because that
Nah.
was.
That was pivotal, man.
Great shout.
It was a
Huge.
very important moment, and it was a difficult roll. When we do the cold shots, you get disadvantage, and it was a +4, and Tony's AC is already like
22.
22.
Yeah,
so
it's daft.
I had a +12, so I had to roll 14 or higher, and that was spicy.
I would
Okay,
have thought you'd say natural 20 on that crit sneak attack when you
Oh,
had
that
foresight.
was cool.
Which one?
The stone.
Such a cunt. I'm
Yes.
so sorry.
No,
I'm
I
so
love
sorry.
it.
Right, instead of favourite spell, I want to know, quite simply, one word answer, the favourite skill check that you would make as your character.
Insight.
Love it.
Duh. Athletics.
Nice.
Religion.
Stealth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't really apply to
Actually,
you.
can I change my answer?
Yeah.
No.
No. Persuasion.
Okay.
Cute.
Because when it went right, it felt fucking earned.
Yeah, that's a good.
But
point.
Yeah.
I loved not having that. You said one word answer. I'm giving you. You said
You
one.
go
I
for
gave
it.
you two answers and a bunch of words. Persuasion, because it's more fun.
You
Fuck
persuaded
yes.
me. I would like to know something that you're proud of that you did that doesn't involve a spell or a weapon check. It's just one of those random decisions that you made along the way. And if you don't want to be vain and speak about one of your own, you can choose someone else and be proud of them if you would like.
But now I'm vain if I say
Nah,
my
I'm
own.
gonna be vain.
No, I
Let's
think,
all be vain together.
I think you should be vain.
I'm going to be vain.
Be vain.
You're
It just a
vain.
random thing you decided to do.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
I'll own it. The Ballad of Alfie and Babs.
Oh, good
Yeah.
on that.
When
Really good.
Jack was telling the story, role playing as Babs, I was sitting here scribbling notes, basically just scribbling what he was saying, and I made a song out of it. One of my proudest achievements.
That was beautiful.
Oh, I'll go with an example. The scenes between me and the street urchin in Dolomus were the first time it felt like...
Great shout.
It's the first time I felt like I was properly role-playing, and I was getting the hang of D&D.
That's
Love that.
Awesome.
That was good.
I'm really proud of making Tony go and confront Avery. I think that's... I would never, ever do that, ever. And I think I went with the feeling that I had after the cricket conversation when you really got through to her, and I was just like, fuck it, we're going to do this. And it's the first time that... I don't think I've ever done anything like that in D&D. I'm not a person that plays charismatic characters, as we know, so I'm not like a confronter. I'm just kind of a... Ugh. So that was a big thing for me to do, I think.
Sheer badassery.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm very proud of the monologue.
Yeah.
I think, going from being really cringed by the thought of roleplay to riffing off a monologue, I'm very proud of myself for that. But also, it was a very scary, especially at the time, thing to do to probably the safest part of Willow's story. But I think it only heightened things, and I think that's the thing I'm proud of.
Jack?
Nice.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm proud of them all.
That's such a basic answer. Come on.
I've got one, but it's not a choice that I technically made.
Say it anyway.
Hey, if you're proud of it.
Well, Pete, I'm really sorry. I'm going to take credit for everything that you've given me. Because Pete...
I've not written anything. All of this chat about me writing grung lore, culture, I've done fuck all.
Bullshit, yeah.
No, he's a fucking liar. He's written so much and it's been good. And one of the choices he made was that cricket was going to be wanted at the very beginning of the campaign. And so I really sort of gave... Kendall and Ben a baptism through fire when they walked into Dolomus, and immediately that bell rung. And you both went, what the fuck is happening? It's a really small moment. It's off the back of his work, but it's just one thing that I'm like, that was quite funny, and I'm glad that I caught you off guard, which is all I can aim to do. So
Cute.
Beautiful.
It's really good.
Shall we see then how successful Jack and the Dawntakers were
I didn't know what to
many weeks and months ago when they made their predictions.
Yes.
Now we are at the end. I just want to thank Crochet Endeavours for
yeah.
this beautiful notebook holder.
I love it because it looks like It looks like one of the divine beasts from Breath of the Wild.
It's actually a silver dragon.
It looks like Varmedo.
Okay.
I do not.
You haven't played.
Get out of the city.
I've not looked at these. I promise. I've not looked at
God,
these.
I remember, like, I had no idea what to write, and I was going to write something. I was like, that's really stupid, and then I wrote it, and then the thing I wrote was stupid. So
Do we
forgive
want
me,
to do
everyone.
yours first?
Forgive me, everyone. Forgive me, it's shit.
I'm not going to know exactly who made these predictions. So
Mine's weak.
I don't remember what I
Well,
wrote.
if it's going in order,
I've just read the first one, and it just simply says, "Siggy will lose in a fight to Astrid."
Whoa!
Was that you? You bitch! You motherfucker!
Wow.
You have no faith in
She
me!
potentially was right.
No faith! It was a 50-50. She was
Savage.
almost right. If it wasn't for cricket,
Yeah.
I genuinely think...
I think we did the maths.
I genuinely
you would have
think,
been...
without that potion of
Really?
invulnerability, Siggy would have lost.
So, you've gone against like the rules of the Vardy, but also against my rules of predictions as well, because this would have been an accurate prediction.
I'm sorry.
I'll have to have
I
words.
fucked you over.
that's all right. It was better story.
Cricket and Pete.
I don't know why. I think but I think I was going to write Siggy will die, and that also happened.
You
Thanks,
killed
Kendall.
it.
Thank you so much.
He'd already died by that
I
point.
just want my prediction to be right.
I would love, can I just say, I'd love a what if of, you know, when Tony went fucking nuts in the Vardy fight and started punching people and healing herself. I would love the what if of Tony versus the Vardy.
Well, you beat him in an athletics check.
Tony's just like,
Love it.
Okay, next one.
Circle
Singing
of death,
Astrid
circle
there.
of death.
Oh, well, this one
Whose is this?
you'll discover is correct.
Oh, shit.
Stuff is coming back.
that was my prediction.
It was your prediction.
It was a weak prediction. It was about myself. I
Do you
felt
know what?
right.
I didn't think it was coming, though, that. And then,
I'll tell you right now, it wasn't until Ben's involvement.
no.
Yeah.
Ben.
I didn't plan for that.
Can I? There were.
Oh, is this
Kendall
Subway?
Kendall made like the smallest blunder, and there is no. No, it's fine. So I'd had True Resurrection on my sight lines for Stuffy, and I hadn't said anything to anyone. No, I hadn't even said anything to Kendall. So
Yeah.
She's completely innocent in this. I hadn't said anything to Pete because my goal was to try and get to True Resurrection, and then I would attempt to get Stuffy back.
Okay.
However, I think it might not have worked. Anyway, we level up and we go to Subway, and I walk into Subway as Kendall turns to Pete. I can bring Stuffy back. I've got True Resurrection, and my heart just breaks.
That's like a true testament to me not looking at things I'm going to get.
Yeah,
So,
fair.
like, I was like, oh shit, this spell's great. I can bring people back. I can bring Stuffy back. And I was like, oh my god, it's happening. I didn't know you also had it. I didn't know.
So then I was like, cool. I'm not bringing Stuffy back that way. So unless there's another route
felt
to do it.
awful.
Yeah.
And then when the favor came through, I was like, Willow wouldn't use it on herself because she's not like that.
Yeah. No, it was kind of perfect.
It's quite bold of me to make a prediction that meant that I didn't have to do anything. I was like, I want
Yeah.
my horse back, and I'll just keep nudging people until somebody goes, yeah, fine, I'll cast the spell.
I think
Right.
this was raw as well at the time. I think it.
Oh, that
just
was
happened.
fresh.
You
That was fresh off
carved
the
it
bat.
into the
Oh,
paper.
yeah.
I just killed him.
Yeah, you had.
Well, so far one would have been
both
correct.
true.
Yeah. Let's see for the next one. Oh, it's Ben. You've written your name on it. Thank you. That helps me.
I should have done that. I don't think I did.
He'll know by my
Cricket
chicken scroll.
Oh.
gets reincarnated. Either offers to or is forced to.
Oh, damn.
No way. You were close then.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we have a
That's
lot of
bec-
chats about this.
Yeah, but there was. I remember I was chatting to my partner at the time about a story beat that came into my head, and I was like, "This is controversial as hell," but I feel like it would. I feel like it would be a really interesting story, but it would. I think it'd be more controversial than Willow kicking Sadie out because there was. We just started to with Cricket and Willow. I just started to pull the trigger on Willow's feelings for Cricket around this time.
Yes.
Because I drunkenly told you that.
Yeah. And
Mistakenly.
and I just had this image of Tony in the name of Haverin going to cast Revivify on Cricket, and I turned to my partner at the time and I was like, Nick, if she does that, Willow will grab the diamond and chuck it and teleport away with Cricket in a blind panic. But then would be left without the time frame of Revivify, and the only other spell I had access to at the time would be Reincarnation.
That's
Bring
crazy.
him back as a kobold.
But I didn't know what the route was at the
fuck's
at
going
the
on
time.
over here?
I was like, I didn't know whether Pete was telling kind of like I'm not comfortable in the skin that I'm in
Okay.
type storyline,
yeah.
in the sense of like I don't want to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
this. So I thought that was like a solution, and I had all these ideas of her maybe giving up her starry forms to basically try and manipulate the spell to make him into an elf, to like lose that aspect of her for him. I also loved the idea of her giving up her magic for him to be able to live longer, to kind of just be like this guy that doesn't really think he's much because he doesn't have magic, to have someone basically like, I don't even need magic to be fulfilled by you. Obviously didn't do that. But then as the story became what it became, it felt wrong. And we had a chat about that. It felt wrong to even contemplate changing who he is to fit their romance, and the better story was for them to be compatible in their incompatibility. So that I took the spell off my preparation.
Yeah.
I never prepared it again for that
It's
reason.
funny. I like. Sorry, well,
No.
I like reincarnate as a mechanical spell, but for a role play setting, like especially in this kind of actual play setting, it just smacks of like, I don't know. It to me it seems like dysmorphia almost, where you're molding yourself to fit by casting this spell, and I was like, that's so I agree with that.
I mean, I've had a character being reincarnated,
and you were so close to being a kobold.
Yes,
it was
very
so
close to being a
funny.
kobold. But like, really quick lowdown. Obviously, the DM that I had did the percentile dice, where you roll the percentile and it just decides what you are. This was Willow in another form, actually. She was an elf, and she had been in love with someone else. Sorry, and he had a connection. He had it was an Echo Knight, and his Echo was a Drow elf. Now she had died trying to basically save everyone. She went down basically healing everyone and died. And so they did this offering, and it was a reincarnation spell, and we rolled on the percentile dice, and a 96 was the only chance you could do it, and some of the others are like 10s and stuff, but on a 96 you become a Drow elf. So like that reincarnation was perfect, and I remember we all sobbed.
Yeah,
because
we
it
were
was
crying.
Like, we couldn't believe that, like, that's how you would write it, but the dice like made it. And then the next one was like a kobold, and the one underneath it was a bugbear, and I was like, we would have had to, I was like, I can't be cunty with that.
No, put it back.
But yeah, I love reincarnation. I think it's really cool, but yeah, his story and
this
their
particular
story was his was about owning the fact that he was a grung and being proud of that, and Willow and Cricket needed to remain who they are for the story to be part, especially for what it's become. I think if I'd have done anything else, it would have been an insult to the queer analogy that came with it.
I think it was one of the few, because he broached it a couple of times, and it was one of the few things that I was reluctant.
Yeah.
I'm normally happy to yes and almost anything, but I think, not that he was uncomfortable in his skin, but being a grung reminded him of home and the shame that came with that. And so, his whole story is about trying to not run away or choosing to face things. And I think maybe, becoming a different species might have taken a step along that path in terms of running. I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just going to run away. And then in the love story, it was nicer that they found a way past it rather than. So sorry, Ben.
That's all right.
Brilliant. This was like half the campaign ago. These predictions.
Yeah,
Crazy.
This is before Lover's Corridor that was written. So
Wow.
That's crazy.
Okay, next prediction starts with Siggy.
Oh God, probably mine.
Siggy will defeat General Callus.
Oh.
Did you write that?
I think that was me. Yeah. Let me see the writing. Writing?
Well, Jack, was it yours?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
No, then it's
That's my writing because it's ostentatious.
So it's Siggy and Cricket focused mainly so far on the predictions. And
It's because we had no idea what was coming at first.
was it about how good you'd write the song, you mean? Or do you think you were going to
I don't know.
Siggy will spit straight fire.
Fucking bars, mate. I think it was just because, like, when Jack crafted General Callus, I think Dewi hated him so much that I was like, I want Siggy to kick his ass. Because we were in the middle of the whole Tillerelrog thing. So maybe that was it, and I just really wanted to fight him.
Well, you never know.
Never know.
You never know.
Never know. He's
Okay.
still out there
Could
somewhere,
still
isn't he?
happen. Yeah.
All right, next
Do
prediction.
you know exactly where Callus is right
where's
now?
Callus? What's he doing?
Don't tell us, but do you know exactly where he is and what he's up to?
Yes, I do.
There were so many Callus near misses when you were like the golden scales, and I was like, "It's fucking Callus!"
No. Yeah. Do you want me to?
I don't think so. I'm happy. I'm happy to not know, but
I want to know. I want to know everything.
I'll save that one as well.
Okay, fair enough. Will you answer this though?
Go on.
Was he connected to the Golden Guardian in some way? Was he like a
Do you wanna know?
dragon blood sorcerer?
Do you want to know that
Oh,
one?
go on
Yes,
then.
I do want to know.
Well, some of you don't want to know.
Well, what is it? Gold scale dragon
us that.
If you
sorcerers
think
have.
there's even a percentage that it could come up in future campaigns, as a
Maybe
plot
not
point.
that. Callus definitely could.
Yeah.
Whether or not
He's my dad in campaign 2.
Fuck, I'm Callus in campaign 2.
And I'm the Golden Scales.
I'm just Siggy again.
Callus was in fact a bastard child of the Golden Guardian who was
Knew it.
sent away to cover the identity of the queen.
With a king or with someone else?
With someone else.
Slay. I love
Slay. Yes. So he was her son.
Where's the word bastard going for you there?
that. I don't know. My brain got confused.
The king served many purposes.
Find out Zen was your
that was
dad
not
and
one.
you're like, yeah.
Yeah, not all the time.
No.
Yeah. He had his uses.
Little minx.
So, Jack, here's your prediction, which was
Yes,
obviously
indeed.
the most kind of difficult to make.
It was very difficult, so I've kind of done something. I hope it worked, but
I predict that Willow will discover the plan Tony has for her and will refuse to play ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, nailed it.
Kind of.
okay.
Didn't
I
discover
forgot,
that you
forgot that last bit,
Yeah.
so I was more right than I thought. But I genuinely thought Willow would persuade Tony to tell her.
Yeah.
That's why I wrote it.
You didn't have faith in me.
Yeah. How does
No,
it feel?
I had
Yeah,
I had
have
faith in
you.
I had faith in Willow. I genuinely
Jack.
thought she'd talk you around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Wow.
But, well done.
Yes.
She did refuse to play ball.
She definitely did.
She would have obviously gone to Moonwater because I had to do that for the story.
Yeah,
but I
but-
think if we were doing it as was, I feel like Willow probably would have turned her back on the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your brilliant predictions. Plenty more pages
Believe in
for
yourself,
future
Yes.
predictions of future campaigns.
Oh my gosh, should we write predictions right now?
Well,
The campaign 2.
we will speak about campaign 2 in just 1 second.
One.
Does anyone else have
Angry moaning.
anything they want to get off their chest now before we
Tony was
end
never
this?
really a tiefling. What? No.
I'm in
Last
tons
chance.
of debt.
Okay. Get it off your chest. Make that prediction or revelation.
Not entirely true.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
enjoyed playing D&D with you all. It was a good campaign. It was by far the longest campaign that I've ever played, and double it and pass it on to the next one. Campaign 2 is going to be 6 years long.
That's about as much time as I'd need, so that's perfect.
Right, okay, so
I think it's been
It's been great.
unbelievable. I don't think you'll realise that for a little bit of time until this is past. It's still pretty fresh since this ended, but as a campaign, this has been thrilling, and it's been beautiful, and it's been heartbreaking. It's been fantastic. And whilst doing that, you've also started this business together and been running this and started from nothing, and now look where we are, and there's still so many places to go. And along the way, how you've all been with each other and with us has just been so kind, and we appreciate that. And I think it's very exciting for the future of TPK.
George, let's not act like you've not been monumental in part of this.
Yeah,
The conversations we've had to help me talk through some of the backlash that Willow has got, or some of the making sure that I feel like I'm on track with her, has been so helpful. And that's just me. I know you've done that for lots of people, so I know you like to separate yourself from us, but this company would not be floating as much as it was if it wasn't for you.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I really appreciate
Agreed.
it.
Aye, aye.
It's so easy.
You're like our little
you see
ringmaster.
Well, I'll take that.
You can.
I will take that. I know what you're going to say. Master, yeah. Right. Speaking of the future,
What?
is there anything you can say to me now, to us now, about what is to come next for you five and for TPK? Whether it be the characters that we've just met or any new characters for campaign 2?
Yeah, I'm DMing.
Yes!
Yeah, so no, that's not true. I would never. I would absolutely never. Not with
I mean,
this
you
world.
would DM.
I would
You're
DM,
going
but
to
not
DM.
with Jack's world. I'm not
Oh.
touching that. It's like a precious baby. I will drop it. I don't know, George. What do you think?
Well, I think obviously the epilogues that you all spoke for your characters firstly, I think that hopefully there's potential for more of these characters again.
I would love to see these characters again. I have a couple of ideas already for these characters specifically, not the continent. That's a separate thing.
A honeymoon in the abyss.
Yeah.
Maybe the other way
Undertaker's
around.
reunion.
Honestly, though, Tony, if we ever see her again, she's going to be so different.
What do you think if she was to take level 19 in? Because at the moment it can't be cleric.
No, I'm not going to say.
No, don't say. I know.
There we go. Back to our old ways.
I think
Tell you
I
that
think
I don't want to.
This will always be a campaign of secrets.
her mission in life
yes.
has always been to be a cleric. That's what I'll say.
Okay.
Nice. She's going to come back with like a matcha latte, sipping on it, sunglasses, crop top. Hi guys.
Hey guys.
You know,
how's it going?
I have confidence for her very immediate future.
Yeah.
And I'm really, if these two get married,
Oh,
whatever that
good
is.
God.
It's going to be beautiful.
and I think Alcira's
Swillow.
got potential if Sigismund is around. I'm gonna have some hope for them. And Jack, you'll be fine. So for campaign,
That's an assumption.
can you give me anything about what you have planned for campaign 2? Anything?
I'll say what I've said on live to people about my
Karen.
campaign about Karen. She is just the complete opposite of Tony.
Okay.
So I'm very excited to delve into that.
I'll springboard off that and say, yeah, my character's the complete opposite of Siggy.
Right.
My character is Cricket the Grunt.
Is it Malachite?
How?
I would love.
Fuck!
Bloody fuck!
Wait.
Run!
So who is? Could we do some mad like?
Answer the question first.
Sorry.
For the love of
Pete.
What are you saying? Anything we can tell you from campaign 2?
Obviously,
Fourth campaign 2, yeah.
whatever you're willing to reveal.
Okay. Multi-layered.
Sadness. Multi-layered sadness.
What else?
Oh my god, you're a trifle.
There's going to be there's going to be a relevant notebook. There you are.
Do you want this?
A multi-layered
Yeah, I'll
relevant
borrow
notebook.
that. Yeah,
Ooh.
Interesting.
I've given you
Multi-layered.
nothing there.
I think you're playing the wedding cake
I am.
of their wedding.
Yeah. It's
So he's
great.
being
That's the best
cricket.
thing about weddings.
Cake.
I'm playing a subclass that I've homebrewed. Very specifically for this story. And I've actually, I think, as you can agree with it, that I focused more on the parallels between Willow and Campaign 2 character than I have to try and separate them.
Okay.
So I think there'll be things that really connect them, but I'm interested to see how things go with the subtleties that there are.
I like that.
No? Okay. Brilliant.
See, Jack said play something different, and I've tried to run in the opposite.
Take it very
direction.
And you
literally.
did-
That's
you
what
did
I've
well.
done as well.
You've done well.
I've taken it
You've done
quite
well.
literally.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But you're gonna have to wait and see.
Jack Fletcher.
Campaign 2.
Who are you playing?
I was just gonna say
What?
campaign
There's a
2
reveal coming. I can smell it.
tell you.
will be set on a brand new continent. Far to the west, the continent of Kale Modos.
Hail Modos.
The Leviathan continent.
Every time.
And
Sorry, I don't
we
know where
will
that came
begin our story
Oh my god! I'm so excited.
in a country you have already heard whisperings about.
Wales.
A country that has gone down in history in both fame and infamy. We will begin our story, but who knows whether we will stay or end our story in the country of Quatana Nadal.
Hey, yo!
Yes! How many apostrophes has that got?
12.
Only one.
I like it already!
I think we need to wrap this up so we can get to that continent and country as soon as we can.
This will be like a week away.
That's
Oh my God.
right now. It's
Crazy.
November.
It's either a week or 2 weeks away.
Jack, I am praying for your future self that everything's done.
We would have already filmed the first 3 episodes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When this airs.
Yeah, then Jack, well done.
You smashed it.
You smashed it.
Ben, how's your accent coming along?
Yeah.
Oh, I am so excited for that.
Are you gonna?
People
He's been working so hard. He's been working so
I've been learning an accent for this next campaign.
Oh God! It was
And
actually
Pete is terrified.
It's actually great. You've worked really hard and it's really good.
brilliant.
I've learned a whole new accent because I'm crap at them. I had a book and everything.
Yeah, but you smashed it.
But when I get nervous, it goes out the window, so I might sound like
smashed
Jamaican or
it.
something when it comes to it.
He's gonna be fine, chicken nugget.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Thank you, every single one of you, for watching this campaign 1 wrap up and for every single comment that you have made along the way. It's been over 300 hours, over 1 million seconds of these storytellers every Tuesday night just making our lives better. Of course, thank you to Lisa, to Charlotte and Callum for being a big part of campaign 1 as well. But let's give it up for Jack Fletcher, Derry Gray, Pete Austin, Ben Fenner, and Kendall Boardman. I've been George Bury. See you for campaign 2. It's just a few days away. Peace and love. Good night.